This app will impress your crush. Have you ever considered building an app for your crush? I believe every developer should at least once in their life create a tools for those around them. Family, friends, or the person they love, like their crush. And that's exactly what we are just going to do today. We will create a useful chat application where we won't struggle to find ideas or topics for our conversations. A real time chat app where people can chat safely and have fun, and this app is called Wori. This app will have many features. AI generated daily topics. You will have fresh conversation starters every day. Real-time messaging for sending and receiving message instantly across all conversations. And seamless account creation for simple and hashless free setup. And finally, effortless contact management for adding new contacts easily using just their email address. And in this step-by-step tutorial, we will use Flutter, NodeJs with TypeScript, Socket.io, and OpenAI to build Wori. Stay tuned until the end for the complete guide. All the source code for this project is available on Devbranch.dev. A big thanks to them for hosting all our source code moving forward. And if you are a developer looking to share your work with others, feel free to explore and contribute on Devbranch.dev.
Great. So we are going to start with our main.dat file. As you can see, this is very simple file, and I just init, the text. So it is like kind of empty project. For example, our project are going to be called Wori. So for example, if I wrote test there and I restart my app or reload it, we can see that the screen has been updated and write Wori test, for example. And what we are going to need for this project is to install a Google font package that you can add directly in your pubspec.yaml, you know. And after that, you just need to run pubget, for example, and these are going to install your dependencies. Then there is a file that I add in the core folder. I call it like theme dart, and this file um, I add it in order to avoid us, to write it down. So for example, we are going to have three main classes there. So the first one is font size, and the font size we are going to have like different kind of values: small, standard, medium, and large. So those values are going to be used in order to define the value for our font. We are going to have like the class like default color, where I just specified the value of the color we are going to use in our app. And also we have like the class app theme. What is app theme? Basically, app theme is the place where we will define, the theme we are going to use. For example, with Google Fonts, we are going to use this theme. So I have applied it to each of them, the title, the body. So we will use those values directly in our app, and you are going to understand what was the purpose of this uh, folder. So if you have to have access to this page like theme.dart, like very simple, you can just click on the link in the description and just copy paste this as well if you want to follow the tutorial. So let's start. What we are going to do, first of all, we are not going to directly create all the folder with clean architecture, but we are going to just try to build the design, like the UI part first. Then we are going to move our folder like our file later. So first of all, let's just create the uh, page called, for example, message page. And let me just write it down, message page.dart. And inside the message page.dat, what basically we are going to do is to display the, I can say the kind of the conversation list that user has been used, for example, in this project. So let's just init this one. So we are going to call it like message page, messages page, for example. And very simple, let's just import. Yes. So we are going to return like the scaffold. Let's say it's app bar there. And we are going to add a body as well. So we can decide to just move this one there and write it, for example, message page, and there we are going to call our message page that we are going to have access. So for example, if I just restart my app, this should display message page inside of. Okay, great. It means that now we can work on the UI directly on this page, and yeah, let's do it. Now let's work on the app bar first of all. So what we are just going to do is to define the title. And here we are going to apply the style we have in our theme.dart file. So I'm just going to use, yes, as you can see. So okay, so different params that I just add there is to just move, the title we have in our app bar. But let's just came there in our main Dart, and you are going to understand what I'm doing. Now, in order to just make this theme, to being applied in our page, what I'm going to do is to call the app theme directly in our main.dart file. So let's just define like theme, for example, and I'm just going to call like app theme dot dark theme. And if I click on that, it will redirect us to this page. So we can also call the bug in order to just remove the banner, the bug just there, and let's just restart the app. Great. As you can see now, our app has changed, right? So um, this is due to the fact that in our dark theme, the scaffold background and different color that we have been used are being set. For example, if I just write red there, you can see that it will change, the theme directly in all my app. And this is what we want basically. So if, for example, you have specific theme and you want to just apply any kind of color, you can just use this method to play with that and set whatever really suits you. So now we are going to move on. So let's just add some action. So we are going to add icon there. Okay, great. So we can see the icon there. And now we can move on and work on the body part, you know. So what we are going to have inside our body, so we are going to split all of them in column. So first of all, let's just work and add, for example, a column there. So inside the build recent contact, what we are just going to do is to display, the list of recent contact that user have been sent message to. So so in this place, I'm just going to pass, kind of um fake image, but it is just kind a placeholder image. But later we are going to just um update, those value with those like more real value came from our backend, because later we are going to work on the backend side as well. But now let's just use it like this, for example. And there, let's just write test, for example, and we're going to apply a style. So let's just set. So now we are going to pass the context. So let's just use build context. just there, and call the context directly there. Now let's restart our app. As you can see, we are going to have this bubble, but it is just, the component we use with circle avatar and this widget. So what we are going to do now is to pass um, just the value, like for example the name we want for the user, and try just to display it. So let's just for example say we want to replace this value. So we just write name for example and put their name. So I'm just going to write Barry for example. Yeah, my bad. So if I restart, we are going to have a list of recent contact just we just displayed there. And yeah, that looks not too bad. So now what we are going to add is just try to add at the top a text, for example, where we are going to write. uh, Let me just fix this and write, for example, recent. And as we just do previously, we are going to apply a new theme, for example, actually people always try to write, for example, if you want to set a color, we are going to write like to define the style, use text style and just apply it, and it will be just red, for example. But some advantage to just use a file and to set theme like we just made previously in our main.dart file is we can just basically just set the theme and use those variable through our app wherever it is the place we want to apply them. So for example, I will just use for example this one and it will be very small. Okay, great. Now let's just apply um some padding. Okay, and now let's just set cross. Okay, I think it looks great, right? Now we are going to work on another widget, and this one are going to help us to display um, the conversation we have, like the user have in his page. So let's just call it, for example, um, build message till, you know. Like we just do previously, we are going to use the same, the same link as well for our placeholder. So now we are going to use this widget just to let me just uh, so what we are just going to do is to call um this widget as well, but we are going to put it inside of expanded. If not, we are going to have like an error in our page. So let's just do this, for example. For example, and okay. So if I restart my app, as you can see now, I have the list of, you know, like the kind of the conversation the user can have with other people. So you can replace as well the name of those page, for example, call it, I don't know, Bobby, for example, Mike, and like, I don't know, I don't have like a specific name, but let's just call it Fabio and Fabrice, Yeah, very simple. So, now what we are going to do is try just to add a decoration to our container in order to have, to create a style. Yeah, so let me just do it. So if I just click there, this is the color we are going to apply, just to show you. So as you can see, this color is a bit light. So now we are going to apply a border radius to our container. Okay, it is. Okay. Now, if we want, we can also add some space, between um this container and this one, for example. So let's just add just a side box. So yeah, as you can see, so this is core. For example, if I just tend to remove the expanded widget, now we are going to have like an error, and this is normal because you can't it is like just tell the list view to take all the space in this page, but unfortunately you can't. So you must just add expanded in order to wrap all the container of this list view inside of it. So now our page are going to look like this, and now the next step will be to work, for example, in the data page. For example, once user click on one of those conversation, we want to show the page where we can see his message that he's sharing with other people's, right? So yeah, now let's just work on it. Okay, so we are going to create a new file called chat page. So now inside this one, we are going to return like the scaffold and also the body. And let's just write, for example, um, yeah, chat page there. And we are going to call this one directly on the main, but later we are going just to call it through message page once we click on one of them, for example. But for now, we just want to walk the page. So yeah. Okay, great. As you can see, we have our message there very small, like writing chat page and our app bar. As usual, we are just going to add a title. Same as previously, we are just going to look for our placeholder image, and copy it there. Okay, as you can see, we have the circle avatar just there. It will show like the image of the user, like his profile, his name, and yeah. Now we just need to add the background color. Uh, okay, my bad. I just yeah. So let's just put it transparent, so it will just use the previous one. Set the elevation to 0. And after that, we will just let me just save this one first. And now we are going to add, like search button icon, the same that we just add on message page. For example, we can just basically just copy this one and paste it in the other page. Um, yeah, let's just write action before, and yeah, now we are going to work on the body. So let's just define a column. So we are going to work on a widget. Let's create a widget called, for example, build the received message. And for this widget, basically it will take the context and also a text, for example, let's say test, and let's work on the widget first of all. Mm. So where is the scaffold? Okay, I have the scaffold just there. So let's work on the widget. So as you can see, I just used like a container, very simple. Add a border radius, define the color, and I just apply, align. So align, you will see I will create another widget for the sent message as well, but I will just use align with another parameters. For example, in this case, I just set like center left in order to simulate, the fact that the user receive a message. So let's just apply a style on this one. So I will use okay. Looks great. Now I'm just going just to to copy this and create another one for like send message. So I can change the color of this one. And basically what I will do is to call uh, this one just after. Yeah, my bad. Every time I forgot and I write this. But yeah, yeah. So as you can see now we have, different type of um cards. So one for the sender, one for the receiver, and other. So for example, you can write whatever you want there, but these are going to be the place where we will display the for example the message. So I can write I'm in the process of designing. Um, so the receiver can say, for example, we are just writing like kind of dumpy data. So this is just all the mock you can call it as well. So let me just write, and for receiver, if you want, you can also use. Let me just try to display this just to be and to see if it will work. Yeah, it's work. So now we are going to add the input after just we display, the text. So let's just create like for example build message input. Okay. After that, we are going to move all of these, once we just create a folder and say, for example, we have one folder um, for like widget, we will move all of those widgets. We are just, uh, what am I doing? Yeah, I should just create the input message for the user. Um, so the input is very simple. So we are just going to use the input decoration, but what I really want to do is to include, the input with the icon as well. But yeah, let's just write it first of all. Um, so I will define a row, for example, inside. Let's just write the container. Okay. Okay. As you can see, it display, but it is like at the bottom. So what I will basically do, for example, it just add madding and padding, margin and padding. So let me just restart it. Okay, great. So now we can just add decoration. So we just add, border radius and set a color. So okay, great. I think now we are good with this page. So after we are just going, to load like more real data from our API as well. But yeah, I think now we can move to the next part. So let us create a register and login page for our app. So now we are going to create a register page. So let's just call it register page. Okay, perfect. So for register page, we are going to create like the stateful widget because we are going to add some input value in order, for example, when you click on the register button to get those value, you just write inside the input of the current page, I mean register page. So um let's just start. So we are going to start with the scaffold as well. So we are going to need the username. So for example, email and password, and those are going, in this case I just write it because I'm going to use it like just for placeholder, but we are going to have like three um main inputs: the username, the email, and the password. So for example, let's just add new value and call it, for example, username controller. And what is username controller? Is the controller that we are going to define in order to just use it in um, the text editor. But let me just initialize it there so it will be done directly. So now we are going to work on the just the input. So let's call it int, just the icon there. And we can also add, for example, if we want to show, the password or not. So we are going just to define and that one which is false by default. So we are just going to add a text field inside this one. Let me just write the text. So the controller are going to be the controller we just create. For example, in the case of username, you are going to pass the username controller as mentioned. So obscure parameter is to show or not if it is password, and if you want to hide um, the value you are writing directly inside the input. Okay, now let's go to the register page in our main as okay. Now we are just going to run it and see if it's work or not. Okay, great. Now what we are just going to do is to add decoration. So let's just add a box decoration there. Okay, so this one looks great. So we have like our input. So for example, we can create another one. So let me just duplicate this and call it, for example, email. So we are going to say like email controller and another one for password, and just call it password controller. Let's save this and see. Okay, we need to add space between each of them. So let's just add a size box between each of them. Okay. And if I save it, so I'm just going to have this one. So now we are going to add a button. Uh, so for example, if user, because we need to add a button on this page, if user click on it, so let's just write with register button, for example. Yeah. So this should be a function, but we are going to work on it just after. Let's just create the button first of all. So we are going to use elevator button, apply a style. So let me just see. I am getting this error. I mean, that's normal. What I have been doing. No, I don't. Okay, let me just check elevator button can error widget. Okay. Yeah, okay. My bad. I was applying the style and I was looking for what was the error. Now, let's just add a text. So I will just write register, for example, and we can also apply a style to text, you know, and set the color to gray, for example. Let me just write it. Okay. So now, if I just write it like this, we are going to have this color, but uh, let's just change because I want it to. Okay, yeah. Now it's look more clear. So let's just add another. For example, let's suppose that the user came to this page, but he's already have an account. So what we are just going to write, you know. So he should just click on login and be redirected to the login button. So let's just work on a new widget. So let me just add it. So this one are just going to return, a text. Gesture detector are going to help us, for example, if user click on the text, so we will redirect this one to the page we want. So let's just use Okay. Okay, I have an error. Let me just, I think I forgot to add. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay. So what we can do, for example, is to create a function. For example, if user, if I write my name and I click on register, I should have those information that I want to print and to log in my console. So for example, let's just create a function that we are just going to call um so input value, for example. Yeah, we will make sure that. So we need to call this when we click on the, not this one, but yeah, here on the register button. For example, if I write the mail also, for example, and I click. So further, I click on the register, and here in my console, you can see that I'm getting those values such as username, email, password. Yeah, and for the last input, the password, for example, if I set password is true, you know, so I can hide the value of the password. Uh, if I can set false directly here there, but let me just do it, so it's working also. But if you remember, in our text input, we just set it by default to false. That's the reason that it's display our password. So let me just add a dispose also, because we are using controller. So it's, for example, for the dispose, we should, every time we just create the page, we should call the dispose in order to dispose the controller that we are using right now. And password controller as well. Okay, I think we are good. Um, so we can probably, I mean, the login page are going to be similar to the register page. So we can decide just to clone the register page and call it, for example, login page, and let me just do it. Okay. Um, I'm going to import the login page there, but then inside login page, I'm not going to use like the username to login. So we can remove anything related to the username. Try just to keep the email and password for the login. So um okay. So for the button, we are going to change this one, call it login. And if you already have an account, click here to register, for example. And later we are going to work on the on tab, once the user click on the on tab, you are going to redirect it to the register page. So I think now we are done with the UI part. So we are just going to create different folder and try to work on it. Yeah. Okay. Now we are going to work on the backend before continue with the front end. I mean our mobile. So first of all, we are going to init our backend project and work on authentication part. For that, what we are going to do is, this is just my console, and here I'm going to make an LKD, for example, and call it like Wori App backend, in order to create a new folder. So let's move to Wori backend, run npm init. Okay, great. So I have just created the project. I will install now all dependencies I want. So npm install express. So we are going to use express for anything related to managing API and routes. So Bcrypt is mainly focused on encryption for our password, for example, and we are going to use JSON Web Token for anything related to generate JSON, and PGAdmin for managing Postgre. So let's just install those one. Perfect. Now we are going to install um, the TypeScript version. So let me just show you. So we are going to install TypeScript, type node, type express, and any kind of type module related to TypeScript. Let's install those also. Great. And finally, I'm going to install NodeMon. Perfect. Now our project has been initialized. I'm just going to use my VS Code, for example, to open a new project, and let me just use this one. Okay, perfect. As you can see, if I just open my package JSON file, you are going to see all the dependencies we have added before, and also dev dependencies such as TypeScript and many other one. So now what we are going to do is to create a file called tsconfig.ts. So let me just create new one. Perfect. So inside this one, what I'm going to do basically is to add this configuration. So these are going to be like TypeScript configuration. So we are going to use um, those configuration to manage anything related to the TypeScript, just for example, this module, alt tilde, we are going to use letter during compilation. So it recreates a folder called dist, and we just convert the TypeScript code to JavaScript basically. And let's continue. So the next step will be to add uh, in our package JSON. So we are going to delete, the text one for now, and let's just add a dev configuration. So we are going to use nedmon, for example, source, and these are going to have like index.ts, and these are going to be the main file for the entry main file for our project, the start. Okay, great. So now what we are going to do is to create the architecture basically. We are going to keep it like very simple. So I'm just going to create like a source folder, and inside source folder, let's create a controller. This is the place where we are going to handling anything related to API. I'm going to add services. Roots, model, and util. So now we are going to create index.TypeScript file. So the index file will be directly inside TypeScript at the root. So let's create index.TypeScript. So in the index part, what we are going to do is just to make sure our app is working. So here we are going to add a root letter, but from now let's just write it. So yeah, as you can see, it is an error, but never mind, we are going to correct it later. And there we are going to add our auth root. So for example, it is very important to add the process.env.port if you want, for example, to deploy it on a server, but it is something that we are going to do basically later, of course, when we want to deploy our backend on a server, but I will show you later. So for now, we will use just it in local, so on this port, 6,000. So yeah, let's just continue. Now let me just, yeah, come on this one. And what I'm going to do for now is to create just a very simple route, just to make sure like my project is working. Let's import. For example, let's just write test to make sure. If you are going to call this one, now let's open your terminal. And what you are going to do basically is to run your command like npm start, for example. Um, you can write directly npm run dev to see if the project is going to work. Great. So basically he's saying that server is running on C stars and perfect. So now what we are going to do basically um, is to let's create we are going to create there a folder called Wori backend, services. And we are going to test our root. So let's create just a get and call, for example, localhost. Let me just and replace it with. So if I make a get request, as you can see, it show in my console that there is a test, and we can see there it showed a message, yes, it's work. So basically it means that our app is running well. I mean our backend service. So now we can continue and work on the implementation of the authentication part. But before that, what we are going to do basically is to init the Postgre file in order to connect, our backend service to our database. Yeah. So if you are ready, let's do it. Great. Now let's create a db.tiers, inside our model file. So I'm just going to come here and create new one. So let's call it like db.tiers. And what I'm just going to do, okay. So these are going to be the instantiation of my DB, So later I'm just going to open the Postgre and show you, for example, how to create your DB. So for now, I'm just going to add the username of my DB, write the password, and this is basically the same when you try to host it or to deploy your backend, but the parameters are just going to be different. So, and for the port, and for the database name, let's just call it like OriDB, for example. Perfect. Now we just need to export output. And here, that looks great. So now we are going to work directly on the root, like just we try to, let me just come on this one. Yes. Like we just try to make here, we are going to start working on auth roots and define basically the route that we are going to need for our authentication part. So what we really need is for now have register and login. So let us create authroot.ts, and as you can see, what is good with NodeMon, for example, it's reload your project every time. So once you got an error, for example, it will tell you that yeah, I can't find these words, so you need to work on it, for example. So yeah. So here we are going to import like register and login. Once we are going to work on it on our controller, but now let's just define the root that we need. Okay, now we are going to work on the controller. So let's create. Let's write. So so we are going to define the key to vector secret. For example, let's call it Wori secret key. But I mean, this should be more secure than just write this. But yeah. Okay, so let's create a second one and call it login, for example. So those two functions are going to be the place where we are going to write the code, for example, for register. So basically what we are going to need in order to register, for example, is step one to get like username, email, and password from the body where user are going to send like our client. So in this case it will not be like the front end like web, for example, but it will be like our Flutter app are going to send those information such as username, email, password. Then the second step will be to make a query on our DB, for example, and to insert uh, those data into our DB, like register username, email, password. And once this is done, very simple, we are just going to return the message that say, okay, it's good or not. If there is an error, so just throw the error. If not, just say, yeah, you are now registered in our DB and return the user information, you know. And the process are going to be very similar for the login. But the difference is we are not going to just enable the user to log with the username. Of course, we can if we want, but in this case, we are just going to use the email and the password, for example, for now. And inside of make insert, we are just going to verify if like the email exists or not. Then we are going to compare the password if the password that he just sent to us like is really good and is valid, or if not we are going to just return an error, for example say invalid credential if the password is wrong. And the next step will be just to return the token. So this token we are going to use it as I can say it is a token. So we are going to use it, for example, to make other requests in other routes. For example, if the user want to send a message, in order to make sure that he has the ability to send a message, we are going to ask him to send us like the token we just send it with him previously. Basically, that's what we are going to do. So let's just start with the register. So now for the first step to get user email and password, what I'm just going to do is, you know, username, email, password. Okay. Now we have error with by script and pull. We just need to import them. Let me see. Okay. You want me to do it manually. So okay. So we are just going to import the pull from the model. So let's just so basically if you remember we create this one directly here and instantiate it. So basically this is what we are just going to use. And let me just add the GW token one because we are going to need it just for the login. Okay, so let's continue. Let's suppose that we have an error. We are going to basically return 500 with just a message, the error message, and say failed to register user, for example. Okay, now let me just, okay, perfect. So let's just comment, the register part for now, the login part, and try to work on register and see if, for example, what we just write down is good or not, or if we need to correct it. But before that, what I'm just going to do is to open page admin. Let me just, yeah. So basically, I have my page admin there. So you can just download it. For example, I create like Wori test before Postgre. So we are going to create a new database there. And let me just remember how we just call it in our db.ts. We call it Wori DB. So let's create our database here and just basically make save. Okay, once it's create, what we are just going to do is to create, let me just, yeah. So I'm going to create the user table, but for that, I'm just going to add the ID because I want my user to have like some unique ID and use this function from Postgre. It means that it's going to generate the ID randomly for each user. It will avoid me, to just manage it by myself. Create a username, the email, the password that can't be null, and just created and updated date time. So let's just run this. Okay. Um, I'm getting an error. Let me just see why. Okay. Maybe it. Okay, perfect. I think this was because of the DB who just was not initialized at the beginning. But now if I click on schema on public, I'm just going to have like the user table there. I can just, let me, can I just open this? Um, yeah, okay. For example, if I try to make, I don't know, select all from user, it will return me like those columns such as ID, username, email, password, and other one, but there is no information or any user registered as now. So what we want to test is to make sure our root, for example, auth slash register are going to work. So let me just, yeah, okay, this is normal because um we want to import root, auth root, for example. So I think let me just come back to the index. Index, I should have import root. Okay. Okay. So if I click on it, it will come there. Okay, perfect. Now I'm just going to use my API dash, for example, and let's just change this one to the post and say auth register. So let me just show you why. Um, the here is in my index, I have like slash auth and slash register. So basically what we are just going to have for our API are going to be like auth register, and we will just pass, different parameters. So let's just do it. Um, where is my, um, okay, just there. Perfect. Now we are going to add in our body, for example, let me just, yeah. So what we want is, for example, add new user. So I'm just going to say James, and there I'm just going to say James at, let's say Devbranch.dev. For those who will just know why, shout out to everyone. And for the password, let's just, keep it very simple. So now if I click on auth register, this should save all the information directly in my DB. So let's just click on send. And as you can see, this is successful. So it returned me like user registered successfully, return all the users such as username, email, password, and other information. So great. Yeah, it worked. Now we can work on the login. So for the login, basically what I should do is there and return um, the user information such as token, especially if he's logged, like if the information is good. So let's just do it. I'm just going to copy this one, Yeah, we are developers there. He doesn't want to waste time. I'm just okay. Yeah. Now let's write our query. So what we want, select all from user, but there's are going to be a difference. So I'm going to add a condition. So basically we're okay. First of all, we are going to make sure that the user exists. So if the user doesn't exist, for example, let's just return, no. And if everything is good, then we are just going to create a token for our user. And you can say, for example, the token will expire in 1 hour if you I don't know. Let's say 10 hour. And yeah, finally, okay, it's great. And if there is an error or if there is something wrong with this, call, let's just return failed to login. Yeah. Now, let me just, oh yeah, let me just specify that it is a promise. If not, this not going to work. Okay, I should import this one. Okay, now let's just, yeah, came here. I'm just going to, this is one of the reasons that I also like use API dash because it is very simple. So let's just register it as register and just rename this one to login, for example. And there we're going to use the same information. If I try to send it like this, it should work. Yeah, even if it won't take into account, the username. But as you can see, it regenerates a new token every time. And we say like, yes. So the user is logged successfully. So I think that's good, right? So we are done with this part. So now we can just remove our comment section. Came to our index and yeah, clean also our code a bit more. So this is perfect. Now we can move to the next part. Okay, great. Now we are going to connect our mobile app to our backend that we just built previously. Let me just take the code here, this one. So what we are going to do, basically, first of all, is to install new package such as HTTP that are going to help us to make requests, um, Flutter Bloc for managing anything related to Bloc or state management provider if you want, and Flutter secure storage to secure, for example, some information inside our app, such as token, this kind of information. So let's just run pubget. So it will install all of them. Okay, perfect. Now the next step will be to create the folder structure for our project, such as clean architecture, as we used to do for the previous tutorial. For that, what I'm going to do first of all is to create a folder called features. And inside feature, I'm going to create. So I don't know for you, but you can, I like to create, to separate them, such having a feature for every feature I want to build. For example, in this case, we are going to work on authentication. So I can create auth or authentication if you want to call it. And inside it, we are going to add like the data layer, the domain layer, and the presentation layer. So basically, inside the data layer, we are going to have like the data source model repo and For the domain, we are going to have like entity, repo use case, and for the presentation, have like block, pages, and reusable widget, for example. So, first of all, let's just start with the domain layer. So inside the domain layer, just there, what we are going to do is to create an entity for our user. In our case, user have like ID, username, email. So those are the main information we want. So we are going to create user entity, for example. Okay, perfect. So for the user entity, what we are going to add, like I was saying, we are going to create the ID, the username, and the email. So let me just duplicate the line, right? Email and username, for example. So actually this should, okay. And I just write this one. Okay, this is our user entity. Now the next one will be to create um, our repository, for example. Um, but before create our repository, I want to create a new folder. Let's call it, for example, entity, like repository. And finally, we will have like our use cases. So let's just move our entity file we just created before to entities. And now we are going to work on the repository. So for the repository, what we are going to do basically in the domain is to create abstract class. So these are going to be just like kind of interface for the repository. We are going to create layer in our data layer. So let's create a repository. So what we are going to want two main functions for our authentication, like the login one and the register, right? So for the login, we want two parameter if the user want to log in. We want the email and the password. And for the register, we are going to have like username, the email, and the password. But those, for example, are going to return us the user entity, for example. So we can specify that those are going to be the future, the type, the future function. So and we can copy this. Okay, let me just import it directly from there. Okay, perfect. Now let's work on our use case. What we want, we are going to need two main use case in this for authentication functionalities. So we are going to have like the login use case and the register use case for now. I mean, okay, perfect. So for the login use case, what we are going to need is to use the repository and just call the login from our repository, for example. So in this case, if you remember, we got uh, a two function inside our repository, login and register. So in our use case, if we just need a login, then we are just going to call like the login function, like for example, repository.login. And for the register, just call repository.register. Very simple. So I'm just going to create a call function, but we are going to see later why this is important. And for the login, as usual, we are going to pass two parameters, such as email and password. What we are going to do is to pass this repository in parameter to our use case. So for example, let's just init a repository and we are going to add a constructor. So that means that inside our login, for example, every time we want to call like the login use case, we are going to pass a parameter. Let's just set it as required. Yeah, I like this structure. So let's just do the same for our register. Let me just copy this and paste it there. So in this case, you are just going to replace and there, don't forget to change the function. So as you can see, we have an error because register, if we just came to our abstract or our interface, we need to pass three parameters. So this we are missing one, and for the register, we should pass the username as well. So let me just check the, okay, so username, email, password. So I'm going to pass username, email, password. And here, of course, perfect. So now we are going to move to the data layer and work on the user model. So let's just do it. I just forgot to add Esther. Okay. Now let's work on the user model. For the user model, we are just going to create a class and extend it, if you remember, with our entity, which is there, of course. Okay. Okay, great. Now we have our user model. The next step will be to work on the data source. And inside the data source, what we are going to do is to create the function for login and register, of course, that are going to fetch our API. Yeah. In our case, the API based URL is in local host. So we should just write, local host, specify the port. If you remember, let me just show you. There, it is running on, yeah, the port 6000. Okay, and specify just the main root. So for the login, we know that we should pass two main parameters, such as the email. Let's just make it required. let me just, okay, so, I should have import HTTP, that's why he's not showing me those parameters I want. So for HTTP, very simple, you just need to make like import and write package. I don't know if I can just find it there. Okay. Okay, and now, perfect. And there we want just to return the response.body. Yeah, basically that's what we want for the login, and is very similar to the register one. The only difference for the register is we are going to have like the username as params. So okay, I think this should work. Um, yeah. So for our data source, the principle is to fetch our API basically. But now what we are just going to do is to work on the repository implementation. If you remember, we got like our old repo that said that, yeah, you should have two functions, like two main functions such as login and register. And now we are going to work on the repository, like the implementation of the repository. So if you are ready, let's just create a file called repository implementation, for example. As you can see, we have an error there because we want to implement the auth repository, the interface one. But let me just click on this and I'm going to say create two missing override function. As you can see, they directly add the login and the register, and now I should implement those functions. It is kind of contract that we got there, and this should be respect by the implementation. So for the login, very simple, what I'm just going to do is to return the authentication login. I will pass this and similar. Okay, but if I just show you, if you remember, the register is a future, so that means that we should and async And after I just add async, you should add the wait as well. Okay, that's good. I think we are done with auth and the auth data source. Maybe we are going to make some changes later, but for now, uh, this seems great. But with before we delve into the presentation layer, and start working on the UI, if you remember, we got like in our register page, we created some widgets before. And those widgets, there are some of them that are pretty similar to the login page. So inside our presentation layer, we are going to work on the page, but we are going also to make those widgets reusable. So we are going to move them, inside to have like in order to have just one uh, widget that we can use for both like register and login page. So yeah, let's just work on it. Okay, so inside presentation layer, first of all, we are going to create. Okay, yeah, let's create widget pages, and the last one are going to be block, but we are going to work on it later. So inside widget, like I was saying, what we are just going to do, is to move, for example, build text input there. So for that, let's just create, for example, out input field. So what we are just going to do is to copy this and to, I want to say to paste it there, but there are going to be some changes. But first of all, let's just create a class called out input field, for example. Oh, I should have just to make it stateless. Okay, perfect. And I just copy this one. Let's import Flutter material, for example. Okay. So now we can import the fourth color. And as you can see, there are some parameters that we are just mixing. So what we are just going to do basically is to add those parameters there, just int, let's call it like int icon, controller, and password. So the icon are going to be like icon data. Perfect. And here we are going to have like his password, and this is just a boolean. So let's just, okay. Now uh we are going to use out input, inside uh, our register page and login page. But before that, let's continue to work on, I can say, this little migration. So for example, if we came back also there, we have another one that is, uh, for example, register button. Yeah. Inside of having register button and build login button, because they are very similar, what we are just going to do is to create, um, for example, out button. So out button, state line. Okay, perfect. Now I'm just going to for the out button. Let me just try to find it. Okay, so the out button are just there. I'm just going to come and to paste, and as you can see, very similar for the out button. Also, um, we should just import for the default color, and for the onPress we are just going to externalize the function, and call it, for example, onPress. So let's just add local text, and so just void callback, and we are just going to replace the text just there. Okay, and don't forget to import to our constructor. Great. And I think there is the last one. Yeah. Okay. Login prompt. So for that, we can just keep the name and call it login prompt. Okay. Okay. Inside login prompt, but we doesn't have an error, but we are going to replace, those title and those text, for example. So let's just create, first of all, yeah, let's just change this to one tap. There we are just going to call it like title, and this, for example, is subtitle. So title, subtitle. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to move the register page directly to our pages. Yeah. And same for the login page. Let's move it to, yeah, our pages. So now inside the register page, we are just going to um, replace those, um, widget that we used before. So for example, inside of having build text inputs, what we are going to do is to call, for example, out input field. Yeah, and these are going to be like similar. Just need to copy this one. Let me just see, for example. Oh, okay. It is because I made the password required, but I should set like default value. For example, it should be forced by default, and this will avoid us, uh, to have an error when we want to use it in the register page, for example. Now let me check. Okay, yeah, it's look great. So we can remove basically the text input that we have there, and yeah, continue. So we are going to change also like the email one. So let's just, okay, and change the controller. And for the password, I mean, it is similar. So we just need to change, the icon as well. Yeah. Okay. Um, Now we are going to change the register button and the login prompt. So for the register button, we are going to use like auth button. Okay, so it just take two parameter like the text and a function that we are going to use just layer, because once we filled our form and click on this register button, we are going to call our block in order to just make a request basically and save the user information in our database. And yeah, and the last one, not the least, the login prompt. Yeah, so if for example the user have already an account, what we will do is to redirect him, for example, to another page. But for example, let's just keep the function empty. And what we just made for the register page, we're going to probably just do the same for the login page. Yeah, I forgot. I just remember, for example, there, you know, but there is another parameter that we can set to true, because if it is password, we can decide to hide or not the password. So we are going to do the same also there, but let me just copy this one first. Okay. Okay. And for the button, login, should just import it. And similar for the prompt. So I think this part I could probably just let you do it. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Now, okay. So there, we are just going to change the wording because, for example, we just are going to suppose that um the user. Let me just you know the user don't have an account, right? If the user don't have an account, then you can click on the button to register or to be redirected to the register page, basically. So now what I'm going to do in our main, let me just come there and display, for example, register page and try to run our app. As you can see, we have username, email, password. It means that our little migration for our widgets have worked. So we can basically delete those unused one. Same in the login page. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. And if you want to test for the login that is similar, I can just restart and it will show the login page as well. Perfect. Now the next step will be to work on the block part. And for the block part, what we are just going to do is to create um, a block for our authentication part, because in our presentation layer, such as for example the register page, what we are just going to do there is to create a function that are going to call a block, um, that are going to call, for example, one of the block event. For example, let's suppose that he say, yeah, I want to register. Then the block are going to say, oh, well, then just pass me the parameter you want, such as email, password, and blah, blah, blah. Plus, I'm just going to call kind of controller, but in this case, these are going to be the repository that are going to call the data source in order to um, tell the backend that, yeah, I got those information, then I want to you to save them in our DB, and then just return the response. Um, but in order to make this, uh, available, we are going to work first of all on the block part, and then wrap our main dot start with block provider. Yeah. So if you are ready, let's just do it. So for the block, let's create the auth event folder file, sorry. And then we are going to have like auth state. If you have already worked with block, so you should be familiar with this part. Like, yeah. Because with block, we have like the event, the state, and the block itself that are going to make a request from our data, for example. But in this case, these are going to be the repository directly through the repository. But for the event, what the events are just, it is just kind of like the name is very straightforward. It just have an event, so you should call it and it will just make an action basically. For example, in our case, we are going to have like the register event and the login event. Yeah, for example. So let me just so for the register event, basically in the constructor, we are just going to pass like those params. If you want, you can make them required. Okay. So we are just going to need email and password. Okay, then this is for the event itself. Now let's work on the state. So the states are going to be like different state for um basically this block. So for example, in our case, we are going to have like the initial one, when we make a request, for example, the loading, and when it's when the request successfully, then return success or failure, for example, if not. Okay, perfect. Now let's work on the block. So for the block, let me just make like the import first of all, um, for the block. Okay. So you need to know that block take two main parameter that we just create before. It is the event and the state. So in our case, we are going to have this. And same for the login one. You should, okay. It's so we are going to listen to the event, and if someone just call, for example, register event, we are going to call this function, and same for the login event, for example. To be honest, if you want, you can just avoid to write like register event and old state to specify it again, just write like the event and the emit. But I just want to uh, use the code one, for example, and it will just, it is kind of like um, having uh, it is very similar to, for example, when you are just using TypeScript, for example, and you want to specify the type, in order to avoid you to make some kind of error, for example. Um, so in our case, yeah, these are going to be like a future, of course, and we are going to have another one for. Oh, okay, it's my fault. Sorry. So we are going to have another function for the login as well. As we import this one. Okay, as you can see, that's why I love working with this method. And this was showing me an error, and I was a bit curious, and they just said login event doesn't conform to the bound out event. You know, it means that we are missing to specify that we are working with the out event as well. But yeah, I think this should be okay now. So inside the register, what we are basically just are going to do is at the beginning we are going to say, yeah, no, it's on loading mode and now work on the true implementation. So just call the user case. So I can write user case.call, and if I click on the call, it will show those functions like user, email, password, and I will just pass the event dot username, the event dot email, and the event dot password. And those information are going to be provided by the presentation or our UI if you want. There I need to specify that. Yeah. And once this is done, so what I'm just going to say is hot success, for example, and return a message that are showing so registration successful, for example. And but let's suppose that this one failed and I can't even register my user. I'm supposed to return also a failure. So let's just wrap this one into try catch. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to emit an error. Yeah. So if, for example, I want to save some information in my local storage, such by using, for example, Flutter secure storage, I could basically save some information such as because these are going to return me the the user entity. So I could return like the email, the username, the ID of the user. So pretty sure that you're going to need those later, of course. And and for the login, basically I'm just going to copy this in order to avoid to just write all the code and to have this one inside of register. Let's call login. And if you are more familiar, we can decide to remove dot call, for example, because it is pretty similar. It is similar, not pretty. So let's just keep this and just remove. So return login and login fail. Yes, it failed. And like I was saying, for example, in this case, we can suppose that we got like our storage. Let me just, I will import it just after. And you can say that I want to store the user tokens, for example, in order to have persistent data. And in this case, we need to import, for example, Flutter secure storage if we want to do it. So these are going to be, so let me just init this one. Okay. So it work with key value. So the key, we can probably call it token. And for the value, we should make something like user token. But in our case, we didn't have token returned by the user. But let me just put it as string for now. But we are going to do it just later. And let me just specify that this is login event. And yeah, now we are done with our block part. Now the next step, once this is done, and I hope that you are doing the same on your side, is to wrap our main with all of this after, and then we are going to update, register page and login page. But um, the next step will be to wrap uh, all those pages in our main and use multi-provider block, for example. But before that, let me just click on the main.dart. Yeah, okay. Once we are on the main.dart, that should be more clear. So what we are just going to do in our case um, is to add multi-block provider and wrap, and add a routing system as well. So for example, let's suppose that we want to add a route. Okay. Now we are going to wrap our our material app, sorry, in multi-block provider. So okay. So these are going to tell our app that the auth block should be available in all the page, and it will avoid us, to just use it only for register page if we want to call register use case, for example, in other pages in order to, for example, if we have setting page, we will not just make the same configuration later. So in this case, for example, we have like the register use case. So let's just, uh, for example, say register use case and the login use case. So as you can see, those, let me just click on it. The use case needs auth repository, right? So now in order to have like auth repository, we should basically just add the auth repository. And as you can see, auth repository itself, let me just show you, need to have like remote data source. Of course, don't worry, like all of these are going to be changed later with what we called injection dependencies or dependency injection. But for now, let's just write it. We want to test and make sure that our app is working. So let me just init auth repository just turn. And for the repository, we just go. Actually, we are going after to create a constructor and pass, the base URL if you want. But for now, let's just keep it like very simple. And this we are just going to pass like the repository itself. So now we have this. If let me just restart and make sure that it still work. Okay, okay, okay. And now what we are going, the next step will be to refactor our register page. And now we are going to work on this function. Once we click on press, we are going to call the block event and say that, hey, just make a register for me. And then what we are also going to do, if it is successfully, we are going to show a message, or if we have an error, just display an error. Yeah. So as you can see, when we call like the add, um, we should pass like the event we want. So in our case, we are just going to call register event, for example, and they just say in the documentation that the add notify, the block with the new event, which is triggers our corresponding event under instance. So yeah, now let's just call register event. And here, so this means that we are going to send those information to our backend. And but before that, they just add a block consumer also. And what is block consumer? Block consumer um, are going to handle the fact that if we have some changes with the state, or if there's basically just the state change, it will just update the part of our page that we want it to be updated. So let's just add consumer. So in our case, consumer generate two parameters such as the block and the state. So if the state is success, we are going to redirect the user to the login so he can just log. So if, for example, the state is a failure, so we are just going to display, the error message. It is very simple. And now for the builder, what we are just going to do is just to display, for example, a circular progress bar if the state is in the loading mode. If not, then we are going to show the button. If not, yeah, we are just going to return. Let me just check where is the error. Okay, it was me. Okay, now if you remember in our case, let me just try to take API dash in order to check. During our previous case, we have like message and user that we just return. But with the front or with the mobile, what we have really expected is not the message like such as user registered successfully or uh, for example the user. So we can decide, for example, let me just check the backend. We can decide, for example, to not return the message. And what we are just going to do is to return, for example, the user. So let me just clean this. And let's suppose that we want to add new user. So basically, these are going to return the user in our case. Um, if I come to the auth remote, what are going to happen? These once we just register. Let me just try to display the response that we are going to have if we try to register. Yeah. So, okay. I think we can test it, but yeah, let's just click, for example, okay, it is normal. I didn't like fill the form, so I was really expecting this. And let me just, I think I can just delete this one. I don't really need it for now. So in our auth block resource, yeah, I want to show the body, for example. Okay, now let's write, for example, test one, this one at Gmail. And if you remember in our backend, even if in our frontend, we haven't had, like some verification in our input. Yeah, for now. So let's just click, and he say registration failed. But why? If I just decide uh to see, let me just take the, yeah, let me just restart this. But yeah, we can see that at the lane 3, we already have like test1 gmail.com. Yeah, it means that they call the backend, they save the data, but in our app, we didn't return like it was successfully. But as you can see, it's because inside the body, we are missing the part where we should return the user like this. Yeah. So, of course, if you want, for example, I mean, in the model, you can directly implement it, and say, yeah, uh, I'm getting the data from the user only. But yeah, let's just add it in our uh, remote data. Now let's replace and use test2. Okay, so it redirect us to the login page. That means that it was successfully. Now we got our register in our DB. But to make sure, let's just restart the DB. And okay, at the line 6, we can see that the user information is really in our database. Perfect. Now we are going to do the same with our login. But for example, let me just take this one, and we just used those information, such as, let me just take for example the test1 at gmail.com and test1. Okay, that's normal. Okay, because I want to test the login and not, let me just, okay, perfect. As you can see in the login, we have message and token, but does we really need message and token? What we really want is not, we want the token because it is very important to have the token, but we also want once the user are going to be logged, to return the user information. So in our backend, what we are just going to do, let me just check the message. We can create this. You can say final result, for example, and this can be the user and the token, you know. And yeah, we can basically say, for example, let's just call it result, um, or user if you prefer. So if I click on send, then it will like return us like all the user information plus the token, as you can see. So yes, and this is what we are looking for. So in our login page, we are going also to add the login and to verify that our login is really working. But if you remember, in, let me just take it. Um, I think it is not there, but let me just take the use case of, okay, yeah, I found it. So okay, perfect. Let me just look for the token. Okay, perfect. So in our auth block, in when we are going to call the login, we want to save the user the token. So in this case, these are going to be like user the token there. But for that, we need to add the token in our, basically in our entity. So we can set the token to, by default, it's going to be like empty. And in our just model, yeah, these are going to decode and to set the token there. That's what we are looking for. And yeah, so this will help us in our auth block, for example, to have like user dot token and to save the token directly there. If we want, we can even if print the token result. Okay. Now what we are just going to do is to work on the login page directly. So let me just take the register page and put it at this side. So I can just, so we are going to do like it's are going to be similar to the register. So what we are just going to do is to create login and call login event. But login event doesn't take. Okay, perfect. So now we are just going to come, and for the auth button, there we are just going to call like login, really simple. And what we can do also is to copy this one. Okay. And if the user is success, what we can do basically, let me just make like, for example, good, just print because it doesn't have like, let me just come to the main page. Okay. And for example, I'm just going to call it like chat page. But of course, we are going to change this layer. Um, I think it just we doesn't need this. So yeah, we are just going to use it like this. And let's just restart our app. And let me just take the DB. Like, if I can just. So what we are just going to do is to use those same information that we provide to API dash, like test1, gmail.com. Oh, let me just see. I think, okay. Okay, and let me just replace and set the default page to login. Okay, so he say failed, and let me just try to see why. Okay, so okay, let me just check the block. Okay, I think we are going to have the same issue as previous. So we need to call user also for the login. Yeah. Now let's just restart and try it again. So let me just copy text. Okay, perfect. And as you can see, we have our token that is that we have there, and I just redirect to this page, but this was just in case just to show you that it's work. Now what we are just going to do is to move to the next part, and once we are going to work on, yeah, let's just do it, and avoid talking a lot. Okay, perfect. Let's move forward with implementing the conversation list API on the backend. So basically what we are just going to do for that, we are going to need to create, conversation table and message table, because we already have user table, for example. But we are going to start with our root. So there, um, so what we are going to have, for example, in this part is to add, let's just start with the index first of all. So we are going to have something like this, for example, conversation, and we are going to call like conversation roots, and later we are going to import it. They're like import conversation. So these are going to be our roots to get all the current or recent conversation that user have made during the past. But before that, let's first of all delve into the root, like we just do for the authentication, like register and login. So we are going to create a new file called like conversation root.ts. Yeah. And inside this one, what I'm going to do basically is to verify the token. For example, if the token that the user are going to pass um, through the API are valid, that's the first step. And if yes, so we are going to use the user ID to make, I'm going to write like the PostgreSQL query directly pass the user ID and get all the conversation that the user have already made. So yeah, let's just work on that. So let's make an import, for example. And later we are going to create a middleware, and this middleware are going to help us to verify um, if the user token is valid or not. But let's just continue. So if the user is valid, so we are going to assign the value like the ID to the user ID. Then so here what we are just going to do is to write the query. And let me just write the query first of all. So the as just mean alias for those who have already worked with SQL basically. Okay. These are going to be our query, and these are going to return us the conversation ID, the username of like the participant of the conversation, the content which we are going to call like last name, for example, and also the date, you know. So after that, what we are just going to do is just return the results dot row. Yeah. if there is something like weird, or if there is just an error, basically, we will show this message. Through our API. So for the root, we just need to define a router like we did before. I can just copy paste this one. And here, now we have an error because we haven't worked on verify token function. So what we are just going to do is to create um, a new folder called middleware, for example. Let me just rename this one. Okay. Inside middleware, we are going to have like odd middleware. Of course, .ts. So in the middleware, what you are just going to do basically is to create this function, verify token. And these are going to be a void. If not, we are going to have an error there. So to make sure that the user have a great send us like a valid token, we are going to check in the header, for example, because the user in his side are going to send like in the authentication, in this header, he are going to set like the bearer authorization, for example, and the bearer authorization, he are going to pass um, bearer plus his like my valid token, for example, my valid token. So this is what he's going to pass basically. So let's just write authorization. So just split, and there we are going to get like the value of authorization. But yeah, let me just import the request and the response. If not, we're going to have an error. Yes, of course. So now let's just check like if he sent the token or not. If not, what we are just going to do is to return an error, and the error we are going to say, for example, no token provide. So no token provided. Yeah, and just return in case to avoid an error. And here, if we have like an error, what we are just going to return is 41 error. And so for the GWT token, we need also to import it because we are going to use like GWT to decode. So we are going to use it to verify. If you remember, previously we said, I think later I'm just going to move this one. Let me just check in the project. Yes. Like yeah, this one, like GWT secret. So we are just going to pass the same. And once this is done, we are going to say if like we verify the user, so the user are going to take the value. Yeah. So okay, let's see why we are having this error. User does not exist. Okay, so this is normal. Um, because by default he's not going to see in the request that we can use. It is because we are using TypeScript right now. So what we are just going to do in the source, we are going to add like uh, a new types, for example, for Express, because you know requests are from Express, of course. So let's just add Express. Okay, so there. So okay, um so once we have that, we need to add in our TypeScript configuration. We need to add a new line. So let me just add this one, type root. Okay. Okay, for example, in order to import this one, okay, where is the place where we are having an error? So let me just check. Let me check in details. Oh, okay, that's normal. As you can see, you know, I forgot to just use Express. Yeah. Okay. Uh, now I think we are pretty good. So in the index, for example, what we are just going to do is, let me just duplicate this one. And we are going to call like the conversation roots, for example. And what he's saying. Oh, okay. I just forgot to export the root at the end. Export the float router. So this might, yeah, okay. So now the problem is solved. And when user are going to call like conversation, we are going to have the query that are going to be executed. But before that, he will check if the token is valid or not. Like if it is not valid, he's going to send no token provided, for example. And if yes, he's just going to try to decode the token from the user and send the token. Like he's going to say, okay, request.user, you have like the ID inside, and there we are just going to get the user ID and apply the request, you know, in order to get um, all the conversation the user had made before. For that, in your let me just take my page admin, for example. In your page admin, what you should do first of all, if it's not already the case, for example, you need to, like, for example, create double conversation, and inside double conversation we are going to have like ID as usual, participant one, participant two, that are going to be like the foreign key for users, and also the date, for example. So if you run it, in my case I have already created one, in order to put like dump data and show you if these routes are going to work or not. And after you create the conversation one, you should also create like the message table, like this one. So the message, we are going to have like the ID, the conversation ID, the sender ID, the text, and yeah, so on. So for the user, we have already created at the beginning. So for that, if you want to put some data, for example, in order to not have like empty um, tables, what you can do also is to add some data directly to them. So in my case, for example, let me just take the conversation one. So if I want to display like the 100, so I create just one conversation there, and I have add uh one ID for the two user. So I add ID for the participant one, the participant two, and yeah, very straightforward. And for the message, what I'm just going to do in this case is to add some conversation. For example, each conversation, each message are going to be linked with the conversation. So in our case, this all those messages are in the same conversation. So they have uh, the same ID as conversation ID. The sender ID, sometimes it can be different if it is you that are sending a message, for example, or if it is the person that I reply to your message, like this one. And yeah, the content is just basically the message. So that's all. Now, before we just, you know, code for our mobile app and try to fetch all information, we should make sure that all of these are going. So what I'm just going to do, for example, is to uh, make like npm run dev, and we are just going to test the new routes that we created. So as you can see, I have like the login one there. So on my localhost, I'm going to sign in because I have already had this user like test one, if you remember. So I have the ID, like the token, for example, and in my get, in order to get conversation, I'm just going to use this one, for example. So for example, let's suppose that I'm not adding any token and I say send. As you can see, these are going to say no token provided, and the no token provided um, has been making there, because in our verified token, we make sure that before the user try to have access to this route, he should send like a token. So that's why. And let me just, yeah, okay. And for example, if the user have already logged in, so I can basically, what I'm just going to do, yeah, let's just do this. Okay, I'm just going to copy this token, for example, click it there, and if I click on send, it says failed fetch conversation. Okay, so now we are going to debug in order to know why this is not working. Okay, so let's just try to show the results that's raw as well. So yeah, okay. As you can see, we are getting our user ID. It means that this part is working. So let me just check the request. I think I have maybe make a mistake. Okay, yeah, sorry. And yeah, okay. So join the user. Okay, now let's restart and let's try to. As you can see, this is my log, and it shows us like the conversation ID, the participant name, so it means mine. Like the other participant that I'm talking with, I want to say the last message is doing well, thanks for asking. So if you remember, if we take our DB, this was the last response from the other person, So basically, yeah, that's all. So now I think we can move on, and let me just remove the console.log and now try to implement this on our mobile, yeah. Okay, great. So now what we are just going to do is to create a new feature for the conversation. So I'm just going to come here and create a folder. So these are going to be the folder for a conversation. So basically what I'm just going to do is to create, it is the same structure, having data, domain, and presentation layer. So let us create. Okay. Now we are going to start with the domain layer. So inside domain layer, as you remember, on our backend, we have like ID, participant name, and last message time, for example. So we are going to use the same structure. Um, so I'm just going to create like conversation entity, but before that, let's just create a folder called entity, for example. Okay, so I will have entity repository, and these are going to be like very similar to those that we just created previously. So we will have entity repository use case, and for data layer as well, we will have like data source repository that are going to be the implementation of um, the domains one, and also um, yeah, the model. So let's just start with the entity first of all, like I was saying. So we have like conversation entity. So we will add other parameters such as ID, participant name. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to create like the interface that we want directly in the repository. So conversations repository. Okay. So this one, like conversation repository, basically are going to return like a list of conversation because we can have like different conversation, of course, in our page. So I'm just going to return like a feature list, and these are just going to use the entity I just created before. Yeah. Okay. Now let's create like the use case. So for the use case, I'm just going to create like the use case that we are just going to have. In this case, for now, we are going to have like just one, but later we can add, for example, if you want to search for a specific conversation, for example. So um let's just add like fetch conversations use case. Okay. I think now you are becoming more familiar with the process. So we are just going, for example, in this case, to return the repository. And this repository, we just have one function, and it is fetch conversation, basically. So let's just add list of conversation entity. Okay, great. Now we are done with like the domain layer. We are going to work on the data layer, and for the data layer, we are going to start first of all. Let's just create a folder as usual. So we are going to have like the models. Then we are going to have the repository. Yeah. So this one are going to be the implementation, and the last one are just going to be the data source. And the data source is the place where we usually, communicate with the API or external services. So yeah, like I was saying, they just create. So the conversation model. Okay. So I'm just going to create a class and extend this with the entity. And just write it like this. Yeah. And of course, and So I'm getting on error. But for this one, let's use data type. Okay, that's good. Now we are going to work on the data source. So yeah, let's just create a new file for a data source. Okay. And the reason that we are using the storage is basically because we are going to use a token that we stored when um, user login, so it will avoid us to pass each time the token in the parameter to like the fetch conversation function, for example. Okay, now we now that we had our data source, we are going to work on the implementation. But the implementation is just very straightforward because we are just going to call our data source and call the function inside our data source. So let's just create a new file. So in order to, it is a wait, so we need to put async first. And as usual, we are just going to pass the remove data source to the constructor. So let's just do it. Okay. Okay. So now we are going to work on the presentation layer, but first of all, let's just work on the block part, So we are going to add like the event, the state, and the block itself. So let me just create a block, and we will also need the page layer. I don't remember if. Oh, okay. Pages, of course. So inside the block, I will just start with the event first of all. Okay. I want to import this one. Okay, now it's work. Okay. Um, so let's just add um the error state. Okay, nice. Now we are going to add the block itself. So in the block, we are just going, from the previous case when we worked on the auth, like the authentication, we had, if you remember, we had like um two different events, like the sign up and the sign in. I mean, register and login if you want. So in this case, from now, we just have one. So we are just going to um work with like fetch conversation basically. So let's just create conversation block. Okay. So we should import like a Flutter block. So I think I already, yeah. Okay. So let me just to create. The difference will be in this case, we are just going to use like the use case in our domain that we created before. But let's just initialize it first of all. Yeah, let me just, so I will have like a lot of space. So the first state are going to be like the initial one. Now we are going to create the function for like on fetch conversation, and these are going to be like void. Like the event and the state that we are going to emit. So by default, we are going to return like the loading state. I can barely return like the error itself, but you know, only just return. Oh yeah, just noticed that. So if I click on this one, it should redirect me to the use case. Okay, perfect. So in the block, we have, for example, this is pretty similar to user call, like we already said. So now we are going to work on the UI. So for the UI, if you remember, we have we had previously created a page that's kind of like conversation page if you want, but I used to call it like chat, um like message page, sorry. So this message page, we are just going to move it to our pages, and we can also refactor it and just call it like conversation page, for example. Yeah, let's call it conversations page. Where is my conversation page? Okay, here, and let's just change also this one. And call it, I think we are going to have like some error in our main, maybe related to import, but yeah. So let's just convert this to the stateful widget, because at the just init of the page, let's call init state, for example. Yeah, what we are just going to do there in the init of our page is to call like the fetch conversation, like the block fetch conversation, in order for him, you know, just to fetch all the conversation that user had. So let me just select this and use block provider context.add, and here we can call, or I just want to make sure that, okay, I'm calling the right event. Okay, okay, perfect. Now we are going to replace inside of like it message, if you remember. Okay, yeah, this one inside of this list view, where we just copy paste it, you know, like 100 times. So we are just going to use like list view.builder, but before that, let's just try to uh yeah, let me just try to wrap this one, and I will change it with a block builder. Okay, Okay, so the last condition, we can use a if the state, if there is error, for example. Okay, so I think um, basically this should work, but if we try to run it right now, these are not going to work because we didn't try to call the conversation page, in our main, for example. So what we can do, if you let me just try to click on the main page. Yeah, previously we had the repository like this. The reason that I'm trying to keep it simple and not try to use dependency injection for now is we are going to do it later. I want to keep the process so you can understand which parameter we are passing to, like, which function, for example, or which widgets. So in this case, now we have another block provider that we should add. So this one are going to be for the conversation block. So let me just duplicate this one and call conversation block, right? So in the conversation block, I think like barely do this one. Just set a required. Okay. So it means that we should pass like the fetch conversation use case, right? So in order to pass the fetch conversation use case, we are going to need uh, to pass some parameter to fetch conversation use case. But first of all, let's just add it like this. And as you can see, it requires like conversation repository, you know. So let's just write, for example, conversation repository. You can barely cut this one, but so here, okay, so it means that we should pass like remote data source. So, and we can call it like conversation remote data source, for example, in order just to avoid this confusion. Okay, great. So in order to just make this one to work, um how we call it, for example, I can add conversation page, for example, there. Okay. Now for the conversation page, what I'm just going to do is to call it directly Drew, and as you can see, it means that like each of feature that we are working on is kind of isolated, so we can barely test them like easily. For example, if later we want to add some unit tests, so what we are just going to do as well, but it means that they are not confusing. For example, the old one, you can test it if you want, break by break, and same for the conversation. So let's just try to run the app to see if it's going to work or not. And okay, so it load, then user failed to load. Oh, okay, yeah, I know. Hi. Let me just open this, and I'm just going to do something. Let's just log in with this user, like test one, the one that we created previously. And I'm just going to, for now, just for the test, to use this token. It's because in our conversation, in the data source, the token that we are passing here is not, you know, it's not valid because these are going to be empty. So let's just, yeah, okay. Okay, now I will pass the token. So normally this should work, and we are going to get like the conversation from the test one, that the conversation that, but later we are just going to replace like this one and just keep the story.read.token. Let's just run this and make sure that our page is working or not. Okay, and let me see if I'm running the backend. Okay, let me just clean it. And what I'm just going to do is to make sure, for example, that we are calling this one. So let's just make print. Okay, so the token is valid, and I want to see there. Now let's print the response.body. Yeah. Okay, so it's basically return um, the last conversation that user had with the user that we have the conversation with. But we can't really show it. What we are just going to do first of all is to restart the app, because we just add a new block provider, and just make sure that this is working. So let's just restart the app. Okay, after I just restart, look like I'm having the same issue, and even if I'm trying to print there, so the print works, but look like our parsing is having a problem, but let's just make sure. So what we are just going to do is to set, for example, yeah, let me just for the test, and print, for example, yeah, let's just say x there and print the value of x. So if I run. Okay, and the X is not showing. So what we are just going to do is let me just check the model. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Uh, yeah, the last message time we are trying to store, we need to store it as let me just show you. Yeah, the type is data time, but in our model, the API is returning like a string. Um, how can I just show you this? Let me just check. Okay, I will just try to do this. Um, Type of value and runtime. Yeah, and if I run this, okay, yeah, you can see that it's showing like type of value and say string, but this basically should be like a data time. So what we are just going to do is to parse the value. So I think we should have like okay, perfect. And if we pass it, we are going to have like the x that are going to show itself. Yes, in the model. Oh, okay, great. It's work. So as you can see, we can see the username, the date, and the last message, doing well, thanks for asking, for example. I don't know if you are saying well, but let me just increase the size. Okay, perfect. Now, I should just remove inside of, it was in the repository, I guess. No, data source. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let me just remove this. We don't need it anymore, and I will need this one. So if I restart, okay, perfect. Yeah, now we are going to move to the next big step, but before that, we should make, a little refactory, because now we have our authentication. We can fetch basically the last conversation. So what I suggest to you is to try to make a bridge between our page, like the um, the login, or like the authentication part, for example, when user is not logged and he click on login, for example, so he will be redirected to the register page, login page, and once he's signing, so he will be redirected to this conversations page. So yeah, these are going to be our next step. So yeah, let's just do it. Okay, great. Now we are going to try to connect, our auth with like the authentication part with the conversation page as well. So let's just start by just we are going to make a like little refactoring, So for this one, let's call it yeah, conversation page, for example, or even if we can call it like home, yeah. And let me just see the register page. These are going to be the register page by default. Okay. Okay. So when we click on login, it will redirect to login, and click on register, it will redirect to register. So for example, uh, let's suppose that we have like the login page. In this case, once the user is login, we are going just to redirect to let's call it, I don't know if you should keep like conversation or yeah, let's just call it conversation page and redirect the user to conversation page, for example. So yeah, so what we are just going to do is when the user is logged, um, let me just check, for example, if we call like this one, the login. Okay, so when it's good, we're going to, and for the token, let's just enable, I think it is on, let me just, okay. So inside of use hard coding token there, you're just going to remove this and to enable the token mm, like this. Now what we are just going to do is to restart like all the app. And let me just click on the main. But I want to make sure. Okay, by default we have register page, login register, conversation page, and mm, okay. Okay. So yeah. Now we are going to create a new user, try to log in, and after login, we are going to see, no, we are just going to log in with all the information that we had previously, like with test one, for example, and see if it redirect us to conversation page with the good token. Yeah, let me just take this one. Yeah, perfect. So as you can see, we have this test one .gmail. So let me just click on login. So I will have like test one at gmail.com. The password is test one. And if I click on login, so it will direct me to the page because now I can have the good token and it's directly using the good token and redirect to the conversation page. So okay, great. So now we doesn't have we didn't have like the back button again. So yeah. Okay, it did due to the image. Not a big deal. Yeah, let's continue. Okay, before we continue with the message controller, first of all, let's just try to modify um, our conversation route. So what we are just going to do is to move all of this part, you know, and we are going to move it to a controller. So first of all, let's just create, for example, conversation controller. So I'm just going to come here and create a file called conversations controller. Okay, perfect. And there, what I'm just going to do is to call conversation controller inside of all of this. So it will be conversation controller there. And inside conversation controller, I just need, I'm just going to create a function. So in this case, it will be fetch all the conversation based on the user ID that you are going to provide, and I can really just copy past this. So for the DB, for example, you can just import it directly. And for the request and response, yeah, okay. And we are just going to call this function directly inside uh, our root. So if I just make this, okay, perfect. And this is great. So it helps us, to follow our architecture like we just used to do with the controller. So we get our controller separated and our DB, any kind of code related to the DB is inside the controller directly. So now what we are just going to do is to add the message controller. So what the message controller are going to do? The message controller are going to return all the message. For example, when user are going to click on a specific conversation, for example. So based on the conversation ID, we are going to return all the message. So let's just start by creating a message controller there. I'm just going to, okay. So inside message controller, we are going to have, we are going to fetch all the message by conversation ID. Fetch all the messages by conversation ID. So the request, the response. So let me just copy to just remove this, and I should copy this. Okay, response. And we are going to have another function that's we are going to call like save message, for example. And for this one, what basically we are just going to do is to save a new message on, for example, user send one message to another user, for example. So inside conversation, inside fetch all the message, we are just going to get the conversation ID. So we are going to return each field inside the conversation. So the ID, the content, the sender ID as well, and the conversation ID and the date. So created. So from, let's just put an alias. And once this is done, so we are just going to return all the conversation. Yeah. And for the save message, what we are just going to do, basically, let me just try to copy this. Because in that case, these are going to be different. We are going to pass a parameter such as conversation ID, going to be string, sender ID, and there we are just going to write a query for insert those value into message table. So okay, so let me just review the query very fast. So we are just making a select from the message, return the ID, the content, the sender ID, the conversation ID, the create, the date, and order these based on the create. Okay, this look great. And for the save, to save a message, you are just going to save the conversation ID, the sender ID, and the content, basically. So once this is done, now we are going to add a route specifically for the conversation ID in order, for example, to fetch all the conversation based on one user and his conversation. So let's create in the root message root, message root.ts. So these are going to be a get. Okay, we should verify this rule and make sure that your user have authorization in order to fetch the conversation. And there we can fetch all the conversation from a user. So let me just pass this. Okay, this looks great. So now what we are just going to do, let's just run project first. And we are going to, let me just take this one and make send. Okay, so we are connecting. I'm just going to copy the token, for example, from this user because I'm logged with those parameters, and try to say if I can fetch, not the conversation. Yes, let's try the conversation first of all. Okay, conversation is working. Now let's fetch all the message from specific conversation. You know, I'm just going to copy the ID of this conversation. Yes, in this case, it returned off like an error because this conversation not exist. So we can, let me just, okay, okay, and yeah, let me just use the same token. Okay, we are having an error, but it's normal. Yeah, I forgot to add a root just for the message. So let me just add used messages, and we are just going to call like message root, and okay, okay, message root. So now let's make a test again, and yeah, as you can see now, we are fetching all the conversation, all the message based on the conversation ID, and as you can see, it is the same conversation ID. So this is working. Now we are not going to move directly to our mobile and try to fetch all the message, but we are going to install the web socket package because we are going to need it um, for the WebSocket and inside of managing, for example, sends message between users. So for that, let's just install. I'm just going to stop like the server first of all and install this package. Okay, perfect. Now what we are just going to do is to add the connection, the socket connection directly inside our index.ts, because in this case, currently we have the, I can say, the express server with HTTP request when we want to make like post or get. But now we are just going to add a server for our our I just forgot the name, for yeah, for our socket, sorry. So let's just start, and first of all we are just going to import http from http, and okay, yeah, let's create a server. So constant server is http not create server. So these are just going to instantiate a server, and basically what we're just going to do right now is to create a new server, and we can add a course, of course. And let's suppose, for example, we just deploy our we can authorize uh, our front-end URL if it was for example a website. So in this case I'm just going to let it just like this because we are in the local. And yeah, so now let we are going to add the connection um, with the socket. So add the log. So here what we are just going to do is to listen to a conversation. For example, if let's suppose that I have two users, like users one and users two, and if user one join uh, a specific conversation, let's say both of them are talking and the conversation ID is, for example, ABC. So if the user one open his application and join the conversation and click on the ABC conversation, we are going to get the conversation ID, for example, in order to make sure that, okay, this person just joined the conversation. So, and let's just join the person to the conversation and we can display a log. So user join conversation, and we can display the conversation ID that the person just joined. Now we are going to handle the sending message. So let's, yeah, okay. The message are going to have like the conversation ID, sorry, the conversation ID, the sender ID, and the content. Why? Because when, for example, user one are going to send a message, because let's suppose that both of them are talking inside this conversation ID, and the user one are going to say hello, for example. Once he are going to say like hello, we are going to catch like this event and get all the information, for example, such as the content, hello itself, and save those conversation inside our DB. So we are going to add try catch. Now let's import save message. And save message need three arguments. So we are going to pass conversation ID, sender ID, and content, if you remember. Let me just show you. Yeah, this one, because we are going to insert all the data inside our TB. So when user one say hello, for example, we are going to save um, the message itself. So we can say, for example, um, yeah, we can display the message. We can do this. and this one are going to return the new message. And as he say hello, for example, what you are just going to do is to send this message that we saved in our DB to all the person inside the same conversation, but it is like end-to-end conversation in this case. So we are just going to return the hello to the same person inside ABC conversation. So this person, for example, are going to receive like the hello sent by the user one. Yeah. So for that conversation ID, okay. And now we also need to manage the connection. So in case, for example, there is some user that just disconnect itself. Just return the server. So with this, we should manage the fact that user can join the conversation, user can send a message to another user inside um, the same conversation when he's going to and in our client, so in our mobile, what we are just going to do is to make a listener also for the new message. For example, in case, for example, someone say hey or hello to the other person in the same conversation, he can just basically receive it. So I think we are good with this part. So now what we can do is um, to go to our mobile app and try just to implement this. But first of all, let me just run this one. I want to make sure it's still working. Okay, great. So before we continue, we are just going to install a new package. So this one, the sockets IO client. You can install this version or maybe the last test if you want. So let's just learn webget. And this package are going to help us, to manage the socket between the client and the server that we just configure before. And now we are just going to add a new feature because previously we had the auth and the conversation feature. Now we are going to add a feature for a chat. So let's just create a new folder called chat. Yeah. And inside the chat, what we are just going to do is to create a domain, for example. I mean, you can call it like chat, message. It depends on your understanding. So, yeah, let's just create the domain. We are going to have like domain, the data layer as previously, and also the presentation layer, where is the place where we will have our UI. So let's begin with the domain layer. So as usual, what you are just going to need in this case is the main entity is the message itself, because when you are chatting with someone, you are just sending and receiving a message. So let's create first of all an entity and message entity. So we have the entity, the conversation ID, the sender ID, the content and the created date. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Now let's create a repository. So inside the repository, we are just going to specify the different functions that we are going to need. For example, in our case, let me just create. I'm going to have like fetch message where we will pass like a conversation ID and send message for it. Okay. Now let's create the use case. In our case, the first use case we want is to fetch messages, right? Because we want to fetch the conversation between one user and another one. So yeah, let's create use cases. Okay. Now we are going to move to the data layer and implement the model. So let's create, yeah, just so let's move it just there. is the message entity. Okay, just there. Oh, sorry. So, yeah, I think we are good. Just make sure. Okay. Now we are going to move to the our data source and try to communicate with the API basically. So let me just, yeah. Okay. 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 Now we are going to work on the implementation of this repository. So okay. I think now we are going to move to the presentation layer. And we are going to work on the block part because uh, in for the our chat we are going to need different kind of event. For example, um, we will have one event for anything related to uh, the load message, one for sending message event and receive message, for example. So let's just create inside our presentation layer. Let me just, okay. So we have like block and pages, but inside block, let me just create. Just Okay, so let's just make a review. So we have like the load message event that are going to take like conversation ID in order to load all the messages. And for sending a message, we are going to pass like the conversation ID and the content, because we can get basically the user ID when the user just logged in the app. And for receive message, just very simple. Yeah, just show the message, you know. So for the state, loaded, once the call is okay, and throw the error if there is any error. So now what you're just going to do is to move basically the our chat app that we had there. So we can start moving our chat app to this page, yeah, like this. And now we are going to just to update this page. Let me see if I can just see it. Okay, perfect. So first of all, as you can see, currently our chat page didn't receive any, can't have like any parameters. So once we click on the conversation, we need to pass the conversation ID through the chat page basically. So what we are just going to keep it like very simple. Let's just convert our stateless to stateful, and yeah, string conversation ID. So we are going to pass the conversation ID, and we can get this basically from the conversation when user click on it. So uh, what we are just going to do is to instantiate like a controller. Let's, in our case, let me just see the, okay, perfect. Oh yeah. Okay, that's normal. I I didn't add chat block for now. So in our page, what we are just going to do at the init of the page is to load all the previous message and from this conversation by passing like the conversation ID. But before we continue, we should work on the block, like the chat block. So for the chat block, we are going to have like different um different event. So first of all, let's just come there and instantiate the chat block class. So as always, block token parameter, the event and the state. So chat event, and so let me just import this. Okay, perfect. I don't know why he didn't want. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yeah. So now we need um, to create a socket service, but the socket service that we are just going to need in our block, this socket service. For this socket service, we are just going to use the package that we installed before, the socket package. And the socket service are going to handle everything related to the socket, basically. So for that, why, let's just come there first of all and create a service called socket service. So basically what the socket service are just going to do, if you remember in our backend, we have our socket that have like join conversation, send message and new message. Basically we are going to have those same uh, call or function if you want in our socket service, but we are going to use the socket service in order to just make the connection between our app and yeah, our socket service basically. So let's just initialize the socket service, and for that we are just going to use like private class socket service dot internal. For this we need to make an import. Now let's initialize the constructor. So inside the init, what we are just going to do, basically, let me just enable the token first of all. Yeah, I should instantiate. Okay. What I'm just going to do later is to move, like the storage also inside class, so it will avoid us to just call it directly like this every time in our app, in order to make it more readable. And now we are just going to so let's just pass the token inside the authorization header, and finally just call build there. So, and once this is done, because we use like disable auto connect, it means that we should call connect in order to, connect our socket by ourselves. And now, okay, perfect. So now let us come back to our, and let me just import. Okay. Okay. Now we have our chat block, if I can call it like that. So what I'm just going to do basically now is to pass those parameters, such as let me just, yeah, okay. we are going to have three main events, like the load message event, the send messages event, and let me just replace this. And the last one, the received messages event. Okay. So now we are going to start with the load messages first of all. So okay. Yeah, first of all, let's just initialize. And as you can see, this we need to pass in parameter the repository to our use case. So okay, so we should pass the conversation ID and okay. Okay. Okay, now we can work on our presentation layer. So let me just come back to the presentation layer. Yeah. So inside chat app, now let's just import a block, because at the beginning of the page, once the page is loaded directly, we should load all the message based on the conversation ID. So for example, if I click on the event, these are going to call the block event, and it will call this function. So we will say at the beginning like the current state is loading, and we will call like the fetch message use case. If you remember, this one are going to call the repository, and that's itself also called the data source in order to fetch all the message. So we will clear the previous conversation and just add all the conversation we fetch from the backend or the DB if you want, and return it to our front or UI if you want. And then later we are going to emit the conversation. Okay, why did I write this? Okay, my bad. Rename conversation. Let me just see if I can just conversation IT. Okay, so yeah, I was there, and once we receive a new message, then we are going to call the receive message event. And the receive message event, what you're just going to do basically is to add um, the new message that we receive to the user list basically. So let's just come back to the chat page. Okay, inside chat page we're going to have this function. So if you want to send a message, we're just going to call like the block provider. And just clear this one. Okay, so for example, inside basically what we can do when we click on the conversation ID is, let me see if I can add, for example, um, mm, let's call it like um, let's call it just mate, you know. Okay. Now inside our extend, what we are just going to do basically is to add a block builder. And what our block builder are going to do is it's going just to listen to the block and update the list view that we have there, you know, because we just hard coded the fact that we have receive and send message. So first of all, let me just, yeah. So our block builder are going to have like two parameters. Let me just, now we are going to return like the list view, but in this case it will be like list view builder because we will have like a list, so we can basically add the padding. Okay, so now once this is done, inside the message input, what we are just going to do, let me just, we need to set a controller adjuster and replace this one by send message. So, and we need to call like the chat page in order to pass those parameters to chat page. We are going to call like the chat page once the user are going to click, for example, on a conversation, in conversation page. Let me just try to into conversation page just there. And once the user are going to click, for example, on specific conversation, so let's just take the builder, for example. So once the user are just going to click, for example, on this conversation, one of those conversations, we should redirect the user to the chat page, basically. But there is a different way in order to do it. If you want, we can just wrap um like we can just wrap the message tile with a gesture detector, like very simple, and it will work, I think. So, or we can decide to just pass a new parameter, to this, but let's just keep it like simple. Come through and say, yeah, right with gesture detector. So a sub navigator push with material page route builder. So let me just, okay, I should import it. Okay, perfect. So the participant name, yeah. And finally, we are just going to move to our main.dart. And inside main.dart, as you can see, we just need to remove this chat page because we don't need it directly here. We can call the login page if we want. And we will add a new block provider. So this block provider should be like the chat block, for example. Let me just make sure that I import this one. Okay. And we are just going to pass it to parameter. Let me just move. Let's write it like this and say thing like that. Just okay. So I think we can restart the app. Okay, now let's try to connect. Let me clean the server first of all. Okay. And now we are just going to click on this conversation with the user too. And as you can see, we are connected to the socket, So let me just take the socket class. So he say socket connected, and the same idea are just going to we are just going to have it also there because he say a new user connect, he saw the connection and the user joined the conversation. So yeah, it means that we joined the conversation between the previous user and this one. So for example, you say, hello, how are you? I'm good, thank you. How about you? Well, so let's say hi. Okay, so we have an error. And this is normal. Yeah, okay. I understand because during the login, let me just check the auth block. Okay. So during the login, what we should do basically is to add a right for, same as we do for the token, we should add a new one for the user ID because we want to get the user ID information. So there, we are just going to restart. Let's just restart and login. After we are just going to make the login persistent, that be for now. Okay, now we say, how are you? He say, I'm good, thank you. Doing well. So let's say, uh, what do you plan to do today? For example, and send a message. Okay. So we receive the message. We save the message in the DB. Oh, okay, that's normal. I didn't write. Okay. Okay, now I say please tell me. And like you can see there, it says send message and we return the new message too. If we have, for example, um, another user that is connected, we should have make a conversation between both of them. But let me just show you what I'm just going to do. I'm just going to run a new emulator, install the app on it, and I can make you a demo so you can see what you're just building together. So for example, we are going to log in there with this user test1 like this. And in this case, we are going to use like the user to this person. So we are going to log in. But as you can see, we have an error there because we can't get the same conversation as this person. But this is related to the query that we wrote before in our conversation ID, because this query just take into account the fact uh, that it check, for example, um, if the user one is it work fine, but the problem is that the user just work with the participant one, for example. Let me just, yeah. So it not handle the query for uh the case that the participant is stored as participant two. But now we are just going to fix this query. Let me just write a new query that are going to take into account. If you want to just, copy paste this one, you can just download the source code directly on Devbranch, because it is the place where you can find all the projects that we have been working on in our channel, and other projects from other developers that also publish their project. So if you are also a senior developer and you want to publish your project, in order, just for example, as portfolio, or you want to sell it to other people's, you can just publish your project there. And it is very simple. I'm just going to show you at the end how to make it. But it is similar to GitHub, like just publish your project on GitHub. So yeah, creating last message time. Okay, let me just see. Okay, so okay, so basically, the case statement just do check if the user matches participant one, for example. If true, like it select the name of participant two. Otherwise, it selects the name of participant one, basically. And um, the join with user, we join the user table twice for a participant one, like you1, and for the participant two. And after that, we just handles both participants, in 100 cases where the user ID is either participant one or just participant two. But, you should not memorize this. I mean, it's just a query. So now let's just test it. I'm just going to restart for the second app and try to log in again. So user2 dot example.com and test1 as login. Okay, we have an error. So let me just check where's the place where I missed something. Okay, so when oh okay, yeah, my bad. Okay, so let's retry again. So user example.com and test one. Okay, I think I'm missing participant two. Okay, actually, this should work. I think maybe I'm just missing. Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I found it. I think we were just missing that is very funny because we were missing a comma just there. So let's just retry one time again. And if I just try to log in, okay, perfect. As we can see, we have like this user that's connected, and let's try if we can just make a test. So um let's read the previous conversation. Hello, let me just increase the size. I don't know if you're just going to see this. And test one, this is the user two and this is the user one, or test one if you want. So hello, Harry, I'm good, thank you. Thank you, just doing well, thanks for asking. Are you planning to do? Please tell me. And I'm going to say today I'm building a great and exciting app for my crush. Yeah, let's just do it. And as you can see, we received directly the message of there. And because these two users are connected, as you can see, to the they are connected to the same conversation. I mean, they are talking in the same conversation. If it was a group, for example, the principal will be the same basically. And yeah, that's when I'm going to say, oh, damn, this is ah, I know it tells me I want you to show me as well. And he's just going to reply and say, very simple, just watched Flutter guys tutorial and find the source code on Devbranch. I'm trying to write, but I can't write. I'm very bad, right? And yeah, as you can see, it's working. So we can be proud to ourselves. And yeah, I don't know what you think, but I think we are doing great for now. So let's just stop this one. Very simple. Yeah. And we are just going to restart this app and continue. Yeah. Okay, great. So now we are going to add like real-time updates for the conversation list. Um, in order, for example, when you are going to send a message, directly the conversation list can be updated. So for that, we are going to use like the socket. So here, after we send a new message, for example, to the users, what we are going to do is to emit like a new event. So let's call it, for example, conversation updated, and here we are going to pass like parameters such as conversation. Like the saved message, and the last one, last message time. And these are just going to be like the created at. So these are going to be like the conversation update. And this event we are going just to emit it directly after the user send new message, Uh, so now the next step will be to update also the conversation block in our app. So if I just came here and let me see if I will. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, I just update my Android Studio because yes, I want to see the new theme. And yeah, it looks pretty similar. I don't know for you, but it looked pretty similar to VS Code. But never mind, that's not the point. Yeah, so now I'm just going to update the front, I mean the mobile also. So what I'm just going to do basically is um, to add a new uh, I'm just going to add a new event, and this event I'm just going to call it like conversation updated, so first of all, let's just initialize here. We want our socket service, and here we are just going to call like initialize socket listener, for example. And now we are going to create um yeah, and what we want to do is just to collect socket and listen to the conversation we just create here, and here we will call our new function like on conversation update. Yeah, So I think we should put this in try catch. Just for us, I want to show like that. And for the conversation updated, what we are just going to do basically is to call just the fetch conversation. So if you remember, so basically what we are just going to do, let me just take the block, is when we will listen, because this is socket, you know, when we will just listen to the new event like conversation updated, we are just going to call this function and say, yeah, I want you to fetch the conversation. And on this is called, so it's going just to call the fetch conversation again and to fetch all the user conversation, you know, it will update it. So for now, this should work. So what we are just going to do, first of all, is to come to the main, because it's important as well. And there, we are just going to come and to make final socket service. Let me just put async. Okay. And we can init this one. So the init socket, if you remember, are just going to init our socket. So basically, if you want, we can just remove it in the internal, but because we already init it there in the main directly, and once it's done, all the block provider that we have we don't need to init it again, you know. So yeah, now let's run another app and test if the conversation are going to update itself. Yeah, so let's make a demo. So here, I'm just going to connect this user, and for the user 2, okay, let me run the server first of all. Okay, now okay, so the user 1 or test 1 is connected, and now the user 2 is connected as well. So this is the user 1, this is the user 2. So let's suppose that I want to send message to the user 2 there. So if, for example, let me just drop this so you can see the message I send. This is new message, for example, and I click on send. As you can see, it automatically updates the conversation and you receive the message, you know. And I call like send message, I send the message, I emit the new event for the conversation, and in my app, once I get the new conversation updated event, the I just update the conversation list. So it is like very simple, and I see new message. Um, how are you today, Jude? For example, and he say, "How are you, Jude, today?" And if I come back, I can saw the last message in our conversation, and I say, or for example, um, "Hey, it is your crush." I don't know why I just take that voice, and yeah, as you can see, I send new message. Hey, it's your crush, and yeah. Okay, so now this is working, and we can be like pretty happy for that. So now what we are just going to do is to work on the now we work on the login, we work on the register, even if it is not very secure, but we will update it later. We work on the fact that user can send a message, like users can send message between them as well. Uh, but here, as you can see, this is like very static, and there is no data. It is very dump data just put there for Barry Perez, Alvin, like those contact. But never mind. Now we are going to work on the contact part, and for the contact part, what we are just going to do basically is to start with we are going to start with the backend first of all. But in that, what we want is the user can be able to fetch all his contact. These are not going to be the contact that he have in his phone, for example, but it will be the contact that he saved in our TB. So we have like contact table basically, which is very similar. For example, when you are sending message on, I don't know, on LinkedIn, for example, on Instagram, and any other social medias. So, um, let's come here. Now we are going to add a new controller for contact, basically. So, let's create contact controller. I hope you're still there watching this tutorial and learning new stuff as me, because all of us are still learning. But don't forget to like, to subscribe. Also, it will help us to still working on those amazing tutorial like this one. Let me just make port. And if you have suggestion, if you want us to improve something on the channel, yeah, you can also drop a comment. Always good comment, even if it is bad. We don't really take it very bad. You should just drop your comment, let us know what you think, and yeah, we'll take it into account. So, and as we did before, the request user ID uh, will help us to get like the user. Let me just see if I have it. Uh, I think it was. It was here. Mhm. Okay, for now, let's just use it like this. Because we will pass maybe the user ID directly there, but we should have use user ID. But yeah, let me use this one. Where does we find? Okay, yeah. Okay, I keep it very simple for now. And okay, time to write new query. So what this query are just going to do basically, it's going to retrieve the list of contact for authenticated user basically. So yeah, let's just so you are going to add a new function as well for add contact, because if user want to fetch contact, he should be able to add contact as well. So yeah. Okay. So now before user can add a contact, we are going to check if the contact already exists or not, because we will not allow him to duplicate or to add the same contact twice. Yeah, this can be boring. We are going to check if the contact exists. Like, let's see. So now we are going to adjust a route for this in uh, our route. So let's just create, for example, contact route, basically. Um, I don't know how to write. Sure, let me just copy one of those routes. And so we will have like a get, for example. To fetch contact, it will be like a get, and to add, it will be like a post, you know. So let's just write a post, for example. Mm, yeah, same here. Okay. Now the last step will be just to add, in our index. Yeah, just to add contact. Yeah, I think maybe I'm missing just, but let me just check. Uh, okay, yeah, this should work. Now we are going to test it. So I'm just going to use like API dash and try to see if I can add contact basically, if I can fetch them. And yeah, so let's just test this one. Before we just use, we are going to create like the contact table. So the contact table are going to be like to have the ID. I mean the ID of the contact, the user ID, which is going to be the reference to the user table, and yeah, the contact ID. And yeah, that's all. I just create this, and I can basically just refresh. And if I came here, yeah, we have like our contact table. Now we are just going to come here and to click, for example, on, yeah, let me just add new one. Yeah, and these are going to be like the post, and let's rename it add contact. And we will have another one. It's going to be the get and fetch contact. Yeah. Okay, so let me just drop the DB, for example, there we have like user ID. If I want to add this user to the contact for like the user one, so let's suppose that, the user one, I'm just logging with the user one. Basically, now I want to add and fetch contact. I have already made some tests, but um, let's just take, for example, let's suppose that I want to add James, as contact. So basically, I'm just going to come here, add James contact ID, send it. So it's worked. And for the fetch, if I just, fetch, so I will have the list of contacts I have already. So James, for example, and user 2. So this worked, but there is something I found not very good, is the fact that we are adding it using like the contact ID, because this doesn't look very user friendly. So inside of use contact ID, I think we should use like the contact email, basically. So for example, there we should replace like the contact ID by um, contact email, and for the ID, inside of checking, for example, if the contact exists, because we should make sure that the contact exists in our TB and our app. Like you can't really add the email for someone that uh, doesn't have an account on our app, right? So yes. So basically, so let's check if we miss something. Um, So maybe inside of just, we can use basically the email there, and because these are going to return us like the user with this email, but we can have the user contact ID. So let's just, for example, const contact ID there, and yeah, that exists. So if the user exists, can basically just get the ID of the user, and yeah, just continue to use the contact ID, and these are going to be much simple. So I think we can test this one as well. So for example, I'm just going to come here. Let me just take the DB as well. So let's suppose that we want to add I don't know, like, let me check just those user. Okay, we have add James and user 2. So let's add Fab, for example. So if I select the ID, I mean, these are not going to work, because if this work, it's very weird. Okay, contact not found. That's normal. This email doesn't add. So if, for example, I write like x@gmail.com, this is not also going to work because we didn't have this mail or this contact in our TB. So we should use this is funny because we have dump data, but never mind. So if I use, for example, Fab, these are going to work. Yeah, because it's supposed that Fab is email. At the beginning we didn't apply any rules for the email form. That's weird, but it worked for now. So if I click on contact and try to get all of them, so I will have like James, Fab, and user. So, but as you can see, let me just, okay, perfect. Okay, it worked. So now we are going to work on the mobile and try to implement this. Now let's add a floating action button, and this floating action button are going basically to redirect us to the contact page that we are going to create after. So it's going to look like this. Maybe we should have like on press. Let me just hit okay. Okay. But if you want, we can basically choose another color. I don't know. For example, let me just try this one. Okay. Or maybe we can keep it like, yeah. There is not a lot of color in our app, but I don't know why, but I like this blue one. But let's just rest in the theme and keep it like simple. So once we will click on that, uh, the purpose will be to navigate. So navigator dot push. Yeah. So the context and the root. Let me just, okay. Show you material page root builder. The builder will be like the context, and we will redirect to, for example, context page. Yeah. But for now, we can just comment this one for now. And now we are going to create context page, like the UI. So for this new feature, we are just going to create a contact feature. So I just came here, contact. And yeah, as for the same as we did for like chat, for example, we have like domain, data, and presentation layer. So let's create the domain layer. And inside the domain layer, we will have entity, repository, and use case. So let's just start with the entity. and use cases, you know. So we will start with the entity. First of all, we will define the entities of like the contact, you know, the contact entities. So let's just create like contact. Okay, perfect. So now, you know, the ID is for like the unique ID of the contact and the username and the email. If I just, let me try it, if I can see just this, like on the contact form and try to show you all the contact. As you can see, you know, for each contact, we have like ID, user ID, contact ID. Um, so yeah, so each contact will have like ID, username, and email because ID, username, and email, you know, for each contact ID because each contact ID is related to the user ID. So yeah, let's continue. Now we are going to work on the repository. What we want for our repository is to have like two main, I mean, we have like two main functions in the repository, but the use cases we want, if you remember the backend, what we work on is there. Like we have add contacts and fetch contacts. So let's create in our repository like contact repository. Okay, perfect. So inside contact, we have like apps. If I just take this one, so yeah, you know, we have like contact ID, username, and email. So we have a list of contact entity basically. So okay. So now we are going to work on the use case. So for the use cases, um, let's just create, for example, the first one, and these are going to be fetch contact. So This one is like a future, so we should return the same type, feature list and contact entity. Okay, so for now we are going to add contact as well. Yeah, let me just copy this and okay. So I think it is good. Now we are going to move to the data layer, and very similar. Let me just, for example, you have like data source, model, and repository as well. So okay, great. After we are going to move like the token, and put it inside a class, and same for even if for base URL, we are going to move it because as you noticed, if for example I search all my project, you can see that I have put it in different place. But to be honest, we didn't need to split it in each like data source class. So but yeah, we will refactor it together. um yeah, just later. So as you can see, this is feature, so I should return like the list of the model. Yeah, yeah, this should be like be a post uh like this one. So and this, if you remember, let me just check the back. We should just pass like, yeah, contact, email, very simple side of. So we should just check like, so let me just make a quick review. Okay, I think this looks good. Now we can work on like contact repository implementation. Yeah, we are missing. Okay, that's great. So for the fetch, we just need to call like the remote source. We just creating contact remote. content, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to work on the data source is good, so this should work. And if there is an error, we can just say it and modify it if mandatory. But now we are going to work um on the presentation layer. Yeah, I forgot just to create it. Sorry, presentation. And yeah, so inside of the presentation layer, we are going to to have like the block and the page as well. Okay, now we are going to work on the block itself. So let's create contact block, for example. Yeah. So here what we are doing is basically when we will call like the event, for example, add contact. So inside the add contact, are going to call this function. So the add contact function, as usual, that's why I was little quiet. Like we will have like the event and the state. So the event in this case will be like the add contact, and we will just call the add contact use case. If you remember, we need to pass parameter to this one, so it will receive like the email as parameter. So once we pass the email, because we will get it from add contact events, and on this code and everything is clean. Let me just what we are going to do is to call the fetch contact. So this one will help us to refresh contact list after adding a new one directly. It will avoid to use like set state or whatever you want. So yeah. Mm. I think this looks good. Uh, so basically, if you need to understand, so it helps us to handle fetching and adding contact, using different use cases, such as the fetch contacts one and add contact. And after that, it updates the state based on the outcome of each action, basically. So now we are going to work on the UI. And for that, we are just going to create like the contact page there. Let me just, you know, contact page, for example. And here, here's the place where we are going to build our UI. And inside this UI, we will have like a dialog, for example, when we click on like a button. I think we are just going to add like floating action button. And once we click on that, we will have like a dialog where user can just basically write this email address, and yeah, we will just connect it with our block and different events that we add in order also to fetch the contact list and display it if the user has some contact, basically. So this is what we have. So if you are ready, yeah, let's just build it, and then we will add the block in the main and test our app. Yeah. Now we are going to add like the floating action button, and when user are going to click on it, we will just display dialog basically. So Okay, now let's see users. So I think we are going to try to add like gm at Devbranch.dev, you know. Okay, so as you can see, I mean, if you want, you can increase the size of this one, you know, like of the text. So it's just a band. Now we are going to try to add like your user just for fun. They just write. Uh, okay, yeah, that's normal. Um, let me just Okay. Now we are going to see why, for example, when we click on, you know, like contact, this is not showing like uh, our contact list. Because if you remember, for example, if I try, okay, um, let's say I just logged with the user one. Yeah, as you can see. So let me just check inside of, I'm pretty sure. Uh, Not the chat, but the contact form. Okay, I think this might not be like the only mistake. So let's just fix this and try just to display, all the contact that the user have. Oh, guess what? I think we forgot. I mean, it's my fault. Let me just write it, and you are going to quickly understand what I just forgot. Yeah. At the init of the app, I just forgot to call like the block provider and tell him, yo, please, in this page, you should load me like all the contacts that I have. So, my bad. Yeah, very simple, They just specify the block that we are using. Guess who is writing shit now? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it looks like this. So basically what I'm just going to say is, hey, please, when you came up the, yeah, and as you can see, our previous log just show. Let me just remove this. Okay. I don't have a lot of log. That's cool. And I'm going to, for the add when we just try, for example, we were saying that we want to add like test to add gmail.com, but this is not working right. But I think it is because um here maybe we are missing to pass, I'm not sure, but let's just add the, okay, so let's just retry. Okay, perfect. And as you can see now, we have like the user, I mean the test2, sorry. So test2 at gmail.com. So those are our contact, and now it's working like very well. So we can add contact basically. Um, we can see our contact. If you want, you can also add like search bar, for example, if you are looking for some specific contact. We have our conversation list there. We can talk with people. Basically, if we want, we can also show like recent contact that we have added. But yeah, I think I will just add this later. I mean, there's a lot of things that I just put for later, but it's because I want to work on the main feature for this app, first of all. And yeah, that's look great. Now let's just continue. And now we are going, for example, let me just show you when we have like user like this, I mean the contact, sorry, and when we click on it, what we want, for example, is to be redirected um to the conversation page, for example, like this, like inside of, if I click on the user, it should be redirect me to the conversation. And if um I have never ever have a conversation with this user, then it should create a new conversation for me, and that should be great if you can just have this feature, because without this we can't eventually instantiate or initialize a new conversation. Because if you remember this conversation, we just like put it directly through our DB. So what we are just going to do first of all is to going back to our backend, and inside the conversation controller, let me just take it. We can decide to add, this one is fetching all the conversation, but we can barely decide to add a new function that are going to check if a conversation exists or not. And if it not exist, then we are going to create one. And if it's already exist, then okay, perfect. We are just going to return the ID of this conversation, because the conversation page just take in parameter like this one. If you remember, when we click on chat page, for example, it will take in parameter like the conversation ID. Yeah. And the mate, I mean, I write mate, but maybe I should change this layer, like writing just mate. Um, Let me just check. Yeah, it is the name of the person that we are talking with. So yeah, coming there, we are going to create like a new function. So let's call it, for example, expert const check or create conversation. So for this, you know me. Let me just try to copy paste. This is very simple. So we are going to verify if the user one and user two have already conversation, or like if they has conversation, if they have, sorry, conversation or not. Yes, we can't have like two conversation, sorry. And for the contact ID, we will need So what we want to do is to return the existing conversation ID if it exists, Um, but if not, we will just create. But for that, let me just check. Okay, great. So now we are going just to do the same in half mobile, but inside just a conversation root. Yeah, let's just add this. Yeah, every time. Okay, okay. Okay, perfect. Now let's update the chat page based on this one. Yeah. I'm writing late. Just forgot that I'm writing in Dart and not JavaScript. Okay, now we are going to update like the contact block part, because currently all those features we just add is inside conversation. Because technically, what we are checking is trying to check if the conversation exists or not and create it. So what we just make basically, it's suppose that we have like another new use case. So we just create, like check or create conversation use case there. We add it to our repository because we didn't have it before. And also in the repository implementation, so we just call directly the remove data. So this one, and here we are just saying that, yeah, you should take in parameter like contact ID and send it to our backend on this URL like check or create. So if I just check the root, yeah, very similar, and it is the post. So basically that's what we are just doing. Now we are going to move to, because this was in the conversation feature, but we are going to move to the contact because it is a place where we are going to use it. But before try to call it directly in our page, we are going to click on contact block because we are, yeah, let's just update the contact block itself. So Okay, now let's move to the contact page. Yeah, so in this place, so basically what we're just going to do here is, for example, when user are going to click on one of, I don't know if I still, yeah, okay. If user are going to click on one of those, how can I call it? Like just title, yeah, list still, we are going to call like check or create conversation event. And for this event, we're going to pass like the ID and the username. So once we call this one, basically, these are going to call this function like on check or create conversation. So for the conversation, we are going basically to say, okay, the contact is loading. Now we are going to pass the, let me just show this. Okay, so we are going to pass the um, the check or create conversation use case. So we are going to pass a contact ID. So this one are going to check in our DB, if you remember, the contact ID, if user and contact ID have, if they have already conversation that exist or not. So these are going to return us like the conversation ID if they didn't have one. If they didn't have one, so it will return us like a new. So we just return a new state um, that are going to say here, there is your conversation ID and there is the contact name that we just provide to us. So basically, yeah, that's all. So yeah, this should work. But before that, let's move to the chat, the contact page. Let me just, and inside contact page, we are going to have um, some modification. So inside our contact block, to look like this. Now we will use like a block listener. If you remember, okay, for now, let's just keep it like this. And we're going to check like the state. So if the conversation is ready, I'm just going to navigate. Okay, as you can see, so for example, if I click on user 2, it will redirect me to the chat page. But if I try to do the same, for example, with like one of the user that I don't have conversation, he say failed to start conversation. So yeah, we should just fix this, and I think yeah, we're going to be good with anything related to the contact part. Okay. Oh, yeah, we have an error there. Okay, yeah, it is due to the fact that, sorry, this is one of the reasons that you should have like a test also, to make sure that your query is really working. Let me just clear this and we are going to retry. If I click on fab, okay, so let me just check the DB if I can find it. And come on, conversation. Let's just this. So as you can see, it creates a new conversation. And if we want to make sure that this is really like fab user, let's just try to show the user table. I think we have it somewhere. If you remember like this one, let me just copy also. Yeah. So it is a match. It is perfect match. So it's create directly. So if I come back, let's suppose that for example, I click on it, it will not create it again. So it will join the conversation directly and I say hi, for example. Okay. There is something weird. Let me just, okay. 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 So it creates the conversation directly there. And if I want to send a message to James, I say, for example, hi, James. It will create a lot of, okay, we should fix this as well. And if we click on it, we can say what's up. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So there is an issue with that part, but yeah, to be honest, it's work. I mean, the workflow basically just working. So yeah, that's great. Okay, perfect. Now I think our contact feature is done. So it worked pretty good. Now we can move on to the next part. Yeah. Okay, for example, let's suppose that I add, for example, test one or next one. I don't know what it means. But as you can see, uh, I'm hearing this like this log like step one receive data is showing like multiple time. But what we should do, first of all, this is due to the fact that the line like um this line, like unload messages. Let me just show you. Yes, like this line in this with listen on your message is called like every time when we call like unload message. So as a result, when we visit the chat page and reload the messages, multiple listener are created like every time. So it's causing the same event to be handled multiple times, and that's the reason. Sorry. Um, Now for the solution, what we can do is to remove an existing listener before adding a new one to prevent duplicated listener. So basically what we are just going to do, so before the emit one, we are just going to remove any existing listener before adding new one. So for example, let's call get service, and inside of calling on, we are just going to close each of them like new message, for example. So these are going to remove, existing listener before adding new one. And yeah, I think this should fix like the error. So let's just these next errors. Let's come back, for example, and test it on. I want to test it on. Yeah, let's see what's up. Let's say okay. And as you can see, this just call it once time. Like we close all of the previous one. We just receive the current one. I mean receive. I say receive because if the user fab was connected, he will receive the same message as well. So and then we just call like receive event code. So yeah, now this work and perfect. Great. Now we are going to work on the daily quiz or daily question, whatever you want. But as you can see, I'm in OpenAI documentation. And if you remember on those previous tutorial that we made on this channel, we worked a lot with Gemini. But in this case, I'm just going to use OpenAI. So you can create your account, basically click on API key, and definitely I'm going to create an API key. You don't need to copy paste the same as me because after the tutorial, I'm just going to delete it, but you should just click there and you can call it, for example, like Wori key. If you want, let it on, you can manage the restriction, but in our case, we are just going to give all the permission. So we are going to use this key. So I'm just going to copy it and keep it at this one of safest place. And yeah, let's just sit down. So perfect. Now what we are just going to do is to install like the package uh, OpenAI, for example, this one. So we'll copy this npm install, come to our backend and going just to say npm install OpenAI. And once this is done, now we are going to work on the OpenAI service. First of all, we are going to we are going to split this in three parts. The first one are going to be the OpenAI service that we are going to add in our service folder, just there, and we are going to help us to generate like a daily question. Basically, that's what we are going to ask to OpenAI AI, OpenAI AI, sorry. So, and the second step are going to be with the cron. So we are going to set a cron, for example, it will run, at, I don't know, like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. every day for each conversation. But I'm pretty sure that we can optimize this later, so it depends. Um, and the last part will be just to set on uh, API endpoint. So let's just start with the service first. So these services are going to generate, like a daily question. So basically what I'm just doing is I'm saying, yeah, I'm passing the kind of messages or topic I want him to generate, but we can barely improve um this prompt later. I mean later, but you can improve it as you want. For example, if you want to tell him like just return me a message that looks more deep, like, or more lovely message. So it's just depend on the topic you want to generate. So yeah. Or if you want to talk about politics as well, cryptocurrency, whatever, you can just choose it. And if we have like probably an error, you can just return like default messages, like this one, or even if the uh, I'm not sure what this could happen, but let's suppose that OpenAI has some trouble, or maybe your credit didn't work or have finished, I don't know. So you can just continue to return this default message as well, like ask the person what is his or her favorite book. Um, so now what we are just going to do for the next step will be to install like NodeCron, and we are going to schedule like a cron job that are going to run, in the idea, of course. So, for example, I will do something like this. First of all, so basically, I just create that I add config.ts file in the source, but later I'm just going to move everything inside config to like the env. So the reason that I just do it is to call like this open AI key. So I just set my key there. So basically, if you have yours, you can just, for example, write your key directly there. So it just depends. Now let's create a folder called cron. So what we are just going to do is to set a cron job. And yes, okay, and okay, you know. Yeah, okay. So for example, let's suppose that we want to run our cron like every day at 9 a.m. So we're going just to say like this, to set it like this, for example. But for our test, we are going to replace it later because we should not wait until like 9 a.m. So here, basically what we're just going to do. So this daily question is the last one we just add in our OpenAI service. So for the message, what we are just going to do is to we are going to insert like um, the question inside the message table. So basically, we can just write conversation ID. The sender ID are going to be the ID specific to the AI agent, if we can call it like that. And content. The reason that I don't specify the ID is because we directly generate the ID when we are making like insert. So for example, I can also let the created that like this, I think. So conversation ID that we are going to pass. I'm going to say, for example, bot for the content. I'm just going to display, yeah, the question itself. So let's just uh, write, for example, okay, perfect. So I let the log there. So when we will want to test it, we can test it. So now what I'm just going to do is to work on the controller. So I'm just going to create the to add like inside conversation controller there, because inside conversation controller we have different functions like fetch all the conversation, check if the conversation exists or not, and now we are going to add let me just make sure that I'm not making modification. Okay, yeah. So we are going to add like daily question, for example. Okay, let me make a review. The question. So here we are going to select the content from the message or the conversation. Based on the conversation ID we are going to pass, and okay, make sure that it is the message from the bot. And okay. Okay, now we are just going to update like the root. So conversation root there. And call like get daily question. Yeah, pretty sure that this will happen. And just pass the ID. Because there we are going to have like this like conversation, receive the conversation ID, and when we call like daily question, so it will come here get conversation ID, and based on the conversation ID we just show the AI chatbot. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should have keep this more simple without um save it in our DB. Um, yes, but no. Yeah, this could work. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to run our. Let me just remind you. So I just import like the cron there, and inside our cron jobs, I'm just going to replace this one. So it means that the cron are going to run like each minute, for example. So I'm going to use like API dash, and let me just run the server first of all, and let authenticate the user. So I'm just going to use the last token, for example, this, so we can get like conversation ID. And for the daily question, you should pass like the conversation like this. We need to pass the ID first of all, then the conversation like slash daily question. So if I click on this, I should call this root. But as you can see, the cron, I'm trying to display, for example, the message I'm going to generate with OpenAI, and this is the message like, if you could have any superpower for a day, what would it to be and why? So this is the message generated by the AI. So it means that our cron is working. But as you can see, we have an error with the insert. So for example, if I want to, okay, that's normal. It's because our AI agent that we set, if you remember, you got AI bot ID there, and we use our AI bot ID even if for get daily questions, for example, um, or even if to insert, into a message. But let me just stop the server first of all. It's saying like the error is due to the fact that each sender ID is connected to a specific user. So what we are just going to do is a bit tricky, but I'm just going to come here and let use like a query tools. So we are going to insert into like user. So we are going to specify the ID, the user ID this time, and this ID, this new user we are going to add is just, our AI bot basically. So, and for the created, to be honest, I don't really care. So there, if you remember, so let me just, this is my OpenAI keys, so I should not show you, but of course, yeah, okay. So this is the ID, our AI bot ID, so we can call it like AI bot, for example, and my bot, or maybe just call it Wori.com. And here, so and let's click on conflict, do nothing. So if there is something where it should skip it, and let's run it. Okay. So he say insert has more target, the ID, the username, the email. Okay, maybe he want us to specify username. Okay, I'm pretty sure maybe it's because, okay. Okay, now it's work. So let's just display all the user. So we should find the AI one. Okay, as you can see, we have like this specific idea with our AI. The password, of course, is not hashed, but yeah, it worked. So now what I'm just going to do is to run our cron. So the cron are going to be run directly. Let me just check. So what will happen is every minute that we got, it detect directly that we have our user because the app is still running, and he's going to generate a question, like a daily question that we are going to see. And once he generates the daily question, so we will insert the question for a conversation. Like if we take, for example, like any conversation there, let me just show different conversation. So for each conversation, like we have like 5 conversation, it will insert a question as a message, uh, inside each of them. So, and after that, when we are just going to call and let's see, so he generates a message. I can remove this response. He say if you could swap 1 question, 2 question, 3 question, 5 question. So, and for each conversation that we got in our TV, yeah, as you can see, we got 5. So he generates a question for each of them, you know. So now if I came back and take, for example, this specific conversation and I click on send, oh, that's normal. Let's see, for example, as we can see, we have a message sent by AI bot, you know, that we insert in. So, for example, if I take this, let me see. Okay, okay. So let's take this one, this conversation ID, and let's replace first of all for the cron, you know. I think we are missing something. Oh yeah, yeah, maybe it was this. Yeah, okay. So because the API, if you remember in our index, we should like slash conversation first, then pass the ID, then slash the equation. So if I click on conversation and pass the conversation ID and click on daily question, as you can see, it just returned me the question of the day. And he say, if you could have one superpower for a day, what would it be and how would you use it? Perfect, you know, and this kind of conversation or question maybe can help you during a chat with someone in order to not think about every time think just about a topic before we start chatting in the day, you know. So this is great. Now the next step, we are just going to display this uh, in our conversation directly through our app, you know. Um, so yeah, let's just do it. Great. Now we are going to add daily question, new entity for the daily question. You know, so let's just click on feature, select chat because we are going to put it directly in the chat. So in the domain, if you remember, we had like message entity, but in this case, we are going to add new one and let's call it daily question entity. Great. I mean, it is very simple because it's just an entity, you know, and in this case, we just have like the content. So if you remember, just there, you know, we have like our content are going to be the question itself. So Let's continue. Now we are going to work on the use case. So what is the use case we want? Previously we have like fetch, message, use case, but now we are going to have like fetch daily question basically. So we just create. Yeah, I don't know why I call it like message repository, but okay. I should have called it like chat repository, but it's not a big deal. Let's just copy past this one. No, sorry. Yeah. So in this case, we are just going to return like daily question entity. So we take conversation ID as parameter. In this case, let's call fetch daily question. Yeah, like this one. So for that, we need, of course, to add a new function for fetch daily question, right? So let's just come here. We are just going to say return us oh yeah, it's just abstract class. Perfect. Now inside the use case, so as you can see, uh, we didn't have an error, but if I click on the message repository, I mean the repository implementation, we are going to have like an error, and this is normal, if I can say that, because here, you know, in our data layer, we should also add, for example, um we should add in our data layer a model, add a data source, and also add the new function that we should implement. For example, if I click on make, oh no, sorry, you override, yeah, this one, for example. So we should implement the function there. So before that, what we are just going to do in our data source, we are going to create a model. So daily question model, for example, we just came there. If you remember, we have like message model. Now we are going to create. So for our model, we are going to extend. If I just take in this case of message, for example, string content, for example. Yeah. Hours extended with okay. Yes, okay. Now let's copy this one and we're just going to refactor it. But in our case, we don't need all of this. We should just need this one, the content, and the content are just going to be like the JSON with question. If you remember, let me just show you. There you have like question. If not, no question label. So I think this is good. Now we are going to work on the remote data source. It is the part where we are just going to fetch the question directly. Let me see why. Okay. So in the data source, if you remember, we have like in our message remote data source, or maybe chat, if you want to call it like that, we have like fetch messages. Now we are just going to add fetch daily question, So let me just copy this because we're just going to copy paste. Fetch daily question, still have conversation ID as parameters, the token, and now for the base URL, let me just okay, have conversation ID and the daily question, So once we have this one, we should pass okay, and so we pass the conversation ID, we fetch the daily question, and we parse it through our model. So inside our model, we just get like the question. So once this is done, we are going to update the repository implementation like I was saying. And let's just click on this one. Okay. And there, what we are just going to do is to return. Very simple. Let's create a sync function there. And remote data source dot fetch chat with conversation ID that we should pass. So I think this is good. Now let's work on the block. So we are just going to update like the chat block as well. For example, yeah, we are going to add a new one. For example, you have like load message event, right? Let me just click on the events there. So we will create a new event first of all, because I mean it's important. Create a state and then update the block. So for event, previously we had the load message event, send message, receive message, and now we should have load daily question event. Okay, great. So now once we call this event passing conversation ID, we should have like a new state. And for this state, I'm just going to copy one of those one and call it loaded state, for example, or chat daily loaded state. Yeah. And this one are just going to be like daily question. Okay. So this is the new state we should return. So let's now come to the block, chat block. So for the chat block, what you're just going to do is to add like a new event, like I was saying. Sorry. And we will add like load daily question, message, send message, receive. If you want, you can basically create a new um like new event and block if you want to separate like it from the chat one. But in my case, I want to do it like this. And for the use case, let me just remember. Yeah, this fetch daily. Okay. So I think now we should update because I'm sure the main. Mhm. Yeah. So in this case, we have like fetch, then yeah, it should work. So now what we are just going to do is to update the chat page. And let me just show you for the chat page. What we are just going to do is at the init, we also need to load the daily question. So by passing, conversation ID, that's normal. And inside our block builder, let me just take this one. Okay. So we have like messages. Let me just look for, okay. Where is the list builder? Okay. Inside of calling directly the load question, I was thinking, and I think, for example, we could directly implement it here, for example, saying, but the only thing we should do is just check the center ID, right? It is, I mean, it is good that we have implemented that as that use case, for example, if we want to display it on another way, but if you want to keep it like very simple, we should do something like um a quickie, for example, come here, copy this one, then move and, for example, pass it here. Or yeah, you could call it like um but ID adjuster, just define string but ID and set it. Very simple. So what we can do basically there is, if it is daily question, then we can decide, for example, to show like a dialogue or display the message with another color. To be honest, like it just suit us and like we want to display it. But for example, we can like return, say build daily question message, for example. And this one can copy one of those for example, there. And what we're just going to do there is to center it. Yeah. And for example, for the margin, we can just apply symmetric one. You can let the padding like this. Or we can use another color, for example. Let me just add a new color there and use, for example, colors blue gray. Daily question color, for example. Okay. And there. Or maybe, yeah, we can use something like this and say daily question. And just apply the theme. And I think this should work. Or maybe we can just add new color. Yeah, let's choose this one, for example. And just restart. Like very simple inside of. And I think we have like user to write. Example.com. Definitely, I think I'm just going to drop this project on install later. Yeah. And for example, if I click on it, as you can see, those are the message I previously display and the question if you could choose. So the prompt for like OpenAI, you can just change it as you want later. Test one, for example. Okay, yeah. And if you could swap live with celebrity, you have different questions, and those question color are different from your current conversation. So I think this is great, right? Yeah. So we are building amazing app. I don't know for you, but me, I'm pretty happy for that. Yeah. So what we are just going to do as well is to add random image for each user, for example, So during registration, we should generate a random image. So basically, for doing that, what I'm just going to do first of all, let me just take my ptadmin and yeah, I'm just going to do this. Let's say continue and add a new column. So profile image, and if I run it, I say profile image is null, right? So let's move to the register page. Auto control, yeah, just there. So what we are just going to do is to create const, for example, and say random images. And here we are just going to add, for example, um, like different images, like this one. So I will fill this form later, but you should have something like this, for example. So you can add, I don't know, 5, 10, 12, like whatever suits you. And if you decide later to just remove random image, let user upload his own image, or maybe use another system to generate image, or using API, of course you can. So just read upon what you want. But basically what you're just going to do is to add profile image, for example, and say, yeah, I'm just going to return you this one. So for that, we are just going to add the random image. And for random image, we should generate it and say random images. add dot floor. So left. Okay, how are we going to fix this one? So let me just see. So this error indicates that we might be trying to call array if there's a function. So what we are just going to do, for example, is this, because I use this one. And okay, so now this should work. And if I create a new user, the user are going to have like one of those images, but I will replace the the those images later and use whatever I want. So basically, this is all. And if now we want, what we can do as well, for example, let me just see the login and make sure that we are returning the user. Okay, we are making select all. Perfect. Now in our app, let's move to the user entity. As you can notice, these are going to change. So the user, so let's call it like profile image. Set a required. Okay, so in the model as well. Okay, and the last one, profile image. Let me just see. Okay, and finally inside our presentation layer, let me just say, I think what we can do, if you remember, there is a place where we saved, for example, um so for each user that we are just going to return, this conversation, for example. So let me just take this one. Okay, so for the participant name, for example, for this, we should be able uh to return the image, for example, for each participant, as well. So for example, if I just take image, like we will add a field named profile image, for example. So for that, what we are just going to do is, let me just take the case of participant name and say, Okay. So for example, if I click on, actually this should work. Let me just check. Okay, yeah. Sorry, we have it just there, but it is null. So there's no problem. What we're just going to do is on conversation feature as well. So for each conversation, we are going to have like a string, and we're going to call it like participant image, you know, like this one. Okay. And for this participant image as well. Okay. So what we can do, let me just, we are going to use this one, and I'm just going to put it there. Okay. So for, let me just click on this one. Okay, for recent contact. It is a feature that we didn't add yet. So we can keep it like this for now. I mean, no. So for chat page as well, if you remember, yeah, we have this one, you know. So what we can do Berlin is, yeah, all right. Let me just make sure. Okay. inside of just pass the name. Let me see something. Okay. For now, let's just keep it like mate, like this. Yeah, we have another. So for this one, inside of contact name, we should use like contact, and it should be So for the contact as well, we should also add the image, so the profile image. So what we are just going to do is to add, for example, yeah, I think that is all. So the type contact entity can't be assigned to the parameter conversation type contact entity. Okay, I think it is. Okay, so we have our users there. So what I'm just going to do is to add a new contact. Okay, it's still working. So if I decide to add, if you remember, we create a contact for Christian at gmail.com. Okay. So as you can see, let me just log in, for example. What I'm doing. Okay. I think it is user 2. Okay. So this is normal. We should, I mean, currently we are just fixing our project. So but do it like this one. Okay. So now if I decide to make the login again, to log with the user, And this is normal because we haven't sent any message to Christian, right? So now what we are just going to do is to add, for example, the list of recent contact there, and then we are going to finish with our app, right? Yeah. And of course, I'm just going also directly in this to replace it with some good images, so later we can just make a demo to what we have built through all this tutorial. Yeah, let's just do it. So now what we are just going to do is to display some few contacts like on this page. So you know, I was trying to fetch some images, but now what we are just going to do is to update the contact root. So for doing that, let's move to the contact. And as you can see, we have like fetch contact, add contact. We are going to add a new one for getting recent contact. Let me just click on contact. I will add a new root. So root dot get recent, and of course like user ID, you know. And for this one, we are just going to add like verify token. I mean, we can remove this if you want and add recent contact, for example. Yeah. Okay. So let's create a recent contact one. Let me copy this. I know. I'm just going to okay, and recent contact, for example. So what we are doing basically is to return like recent contact. So let's do it like this one. Yeah. So select contact ID, username, email, profile image, contact, and okay. And all of this, we should just pass it through full.query. The parameter is user ID, of course. For that, we are just going to return like the result, not true. And if not, just return the error. Okay, I think this looks great. Now we are going to move to our app and update the contact data source. For example, let me just click there on contact data source. So the contact model, very similar to the fetch contact, you know. Let me just copy this one. Because one of the difference that we are just going to have is their recent contact recent and the user ID. Yeah, like I was saying, the user ID, we are just going to get it through the token, like the bearer token. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that it should work. Maybe I could just specify there. And now on the contact repository, we will add a new function called get recent contact, for example. So get recent contact, and yeah, I know that we are going to have an error. Let's just add the missing one and return. So let's say so fetch recent contact. You know. So for the fetch recent fetch recent, you know, let's create a new use case for this one for the contact. So we are going to create fetch recent contact use cases, for example. And for that, I'm just going to copy early the fetch contact one and just update. Let me import, first of all, import the entity as well and get recent contact, for example. And for our conversation block, because this, let's move to the conversation block, and it is on the presentation. Okay, so in the conversation block, what we are just going to do is to add, first of all, a new event as well for our let's call it, for example, load recent contact. Okay, and once this is done, let's move. I mean, the state are going to be similar. Yeah, so we are just going to add a new state. for example, let's call it recent contact loaded. Okay. So for this date, yeah, we just need to change the state itself for recent contact loaded. Uh, the reason that I'm just adding this, for example, and I'm just going to replace this one by recent contact, you know. Okay, perfect. So, I think this is good. Uh, let's just move to the block itself because we should update the block. Where is the block? Okay. So for the block, we are just going to add a new, of course, I can barely do this. So, and let's call it, for example, load recent contact. So on the load recent contact, what we are just going to do, let me just copy this one. And where is the use case? Yeah. Okay, so now in our main that we should just fix this one. and say fetch recent contact. Yeah, I think this should work now. So let's move to our conversation page. Conversation pages. I mean, where is the conversation page? Okay, just there. Yes. So we are just going to replace this one uh, with list view builder, for example. So let's just do it. If this was the error, I'm just going to cry. So okay, now it's working. So the error that we have, let me just show you. Because for example, if I make this, for example, I let like load and I just want to fetch the conversation and I restart the app. Okay, it worked. And if I just want to load the recent contact, you know, this one also are going to work. But the problem is that I can't load both of them because I have an issue with the conversation block. And this is due to the fact that fetch conversation and load recent contact are dispatched like one after the other in state, you know. So for example, this can cause the conflict that we are just saying right now. And so to handle this, what we are going to do is to try to separate both and try to use um different block service. So for the road like this one, we are going to try to move it to the contact one. So let me just try. This one was in the this one was in the conversation event. So we are going to try to move it to the contact event as well. Block. So let's call it like load recent contact. And these are going to be like contact events, for example. So for that, what we are just going to do, conversation block. Let me just so let's just move this one. We're going to add it there. Okay, let's just fix this one later. So for the, I'm going to create unload the recent contact and yeah. Let me just fix this. Yeah, I can fix all of those errors at the same time. So for example, in conversation page, now we are just going to have like an error. Okay, first of all, let's move to the main. Yeah. So here we are just going to call like contact block for a recent block. Let me just okay and remove this one at guest. So now on block builder, what we are just going to do is to replace with the contact block. So for example, mm, yeah, can remove unused one, and there oh, that's normal. Contact block, contact state. Okay. Okay, and as you can see now it's work. We have our recent contact, we have the conversation list. When we click on it, you have all the conversation. User can come back, you can talk with any person you want to talk with also. And here, I think our app is like very complete. So you can send message to new user. You can even if add, for example, someone you want to talk with as well. And yeah, um, I think now we are good. So now we are going to work more on the optimization. So we are going to optimize our code just a little, and then finally we are going to make like a demo, yeah. Okay, perfect. So I just add this. Mm, mm. Okay, let me just, and I'm going to move it to there. So for example, conversation page, yeah, we can basically just do it like this. And I'm just going to say contact block. I think it is basically the same, yeah. Okay. Okay, perfect. And the reason that I just added to the floating action button is because, for example, if I click on contact, like I want to see my contact and I come back, I want it to load like the recent contact. Because if I add a new contact, for example, and I came back, yeah, I want it to be loaded. So yeah. So now what we are just going to do is to install like GetIt, and this one are going to help us to use like what we are just going to call like dependency injection. We have made a tutorial for that on the channel if you want like to dive more in details how it's work, what it is. But in our case, we are just going to use it to optimize, like this main folder, because basically we are passing a lot of parameters through like our use case, for example, our data source, and even if inside our data source every time, for example, let me just search. You can see that I call like base URL like every time, so I should also pass it in parameter. So for that, what you're just going to do is to create like a file directly. You can create it there, like the container, yes, like this one. And what you're just going to do is to create a function called setup analysis, for example. So for that, yeah, let's copy this one and save it. If I think it can be just constant. So we are going to initialize GetIt. Yes. So he made an import directly for us. Okay. Now we are just going to use it. Let me just write it. Oh, my bad. Okay, perfect. So register. Okay, perfect. And for example, for remote data source. Yeah. So for remote data source, for example, we are going to start with this one because after we are going to pass like the base URL to each of them. So let's just like remote data source. Okay. Um, remote data source. So just like this, and we are going to pass like base URL to him. So for example, let me just click, for example, yeah. Uh, I should just create a container. Okay, so this was the error. Okay, now that we work with the auth remote, we're just going to work with conversation remote data source. So uh, yeah, I want to let's just copy this one. Okay, so let's do it for message remote data source and contact remote data source as well. So for example, this is for data source, this is for repository. So if I take just a repository, as you can see, the auth remote repository are going to take like the data source. So, but in this case, I'm just going to just do it like this. Yeah, and that's all. You know, like it is very simple. Once you just structure a project well, yeah, okay. Now, after the repository, as you can see, we have like the use cases there in our block. So we are just going to come here and for example, for the register use cases or for the login, whatever you want, login use cases, I'm just going to pass. Okay. So let's just it like this. Okay, now what you're just going to do is to move to the main, and you're just going to refactor the main. For example, all of these, are just going to be removed, like this one. Yes, and I'm just going to call like setup dependencies. Yeah. Like very simple at the init. So here we can say that, for example, we just setting up get ID, and same for my app. We should remove like all of this. I don't know for you, but yeah. And we are just going to replace, the register use case like insert get instance directly there. Okay, now we can basically delete all of these. Great. And now we are just going to restart our app. So the error we are facing right now is due to the fact that GetIt use the type we retrieve. I think there is kind of mismatch, yeah, between like the auth repository implementation and the type that he's waiting for. So for example, if you remember, like the implementation is implemented to draw out repository. So we are just going to specify it. I think we can even create for all of them. So let's just do it. Okay. Okay. And let's just try to run the app. Okay. And if I try to log in, Test one. Perfect. It worked. Now we are going just to make a, like a beautiful demo. And I think with this app, you can literally just decide to play. For example, if you want to add like search feature for the conversation, it is very simple. You just need to add it like we just did uh, since the beginning of this tutorial. I think this is one of the most completed tutorial that I have made for now. If you have like other ideas, if you want me to talk about other topic or subject, feel free to just tell me in the comment section. Don't forget to like, even if to subscribe to the video, because yeah, always trying to share the best with you. And the project are going to be available on for free for some days, and later, we just are going to set a price. So don't hesitate to support us as well on Devbranch, because we are building all of this for you guys. So it will be great to receive. We know that you love us like very, very like much, but yeah, don't hesitate also to check it on Devbranch. And yeah, if you want just to have access to the source code, publish the project as you want, or do whatever you want, feel free to do it. Yeah. So now we are going to publish the project on Devbranch, in order to push the code source there, so everyone can have access to it and everyone can basically just download it. So first of all, what we are just going to do, I have created an account on Devbranch. So I'm just going to get, there is different folder like project, analytic, wallet. If for example I decide to sell a project, for example the support, if I want to contact the support team, so I can like select the project there, and for example click on get access. So he will just redirect me to the GitHub or GitLab, like the URL of the project. So, for example, in my case, I'm going to publish one project. So for that, I need to enable my dev space. So I'm going to click on active my get space. So I will receive directly a mail in my mail. So I can't very show you my mail address because they will just send me my username and my password, for example, if I want to create a new project. So that is the first step. Now they sent me all the information that I need to connect to the GitLab account of Devbranch. So they have their own server. So I will just copy my username first of all, here, copy the password, and I'm just going to click on connection. So here, now I have access to my Devbranch space. So what I'm just going to do basically is to come here and create, for example, new project. And I'm just going to call it like, for example, um, wait, let's call it chat app with Flutter, NodeJs, socket.io, block, you know, and clean architecture. This is long, but yeah. So we have our app that is there. So what we are just going to do is to add a description, set an image for our project, and also upload, kind of video for a demo. So if someone said, for now, I'm not going to set a price. So if you are just watching this project, maybe after 3 days, I'm just going to set a price. And there you can decide to add other categories. For now, we just have Flutter, but of course, um, I will ask them to add uh, other categories such as, for example, Node.js, because we have Node.js in this part. So, yeah, now let's work on the description, set image, and upload a video. So this is the description I just add. For the image, I'm just going to select one image, for example. Let me just but later I'm just going to change the image. Uh, this is just for the demo. Okay, I have uploaded a video. And as you can see, there is demo video. And here, now I'm just going to click on save. Okay, let me just choose a good image. And as you can see, there is the project that's automatically created there. So, and this is the place where I'm going to push all of like all the project, like the backend and the front end, and I'm going to update the readme as well, you know. So now let's continue. Now we are going to push the project. So I'm just going to open the my terminal, and as you can see, there is like a good readme that I wrote. So we have like our mobile parts. I mean, this is the mobile part. We have our backend there. So I just create two folder in case now when I will push it and everyone that are going just to download the project directly through Devbranch, because it is GitLab, it is very similar to GitHub as well. So here, as you can see, they say that to add git remote. So okay, I need to make first of all git init, git remote. Okay, so if I write like this git remote, we can see that origin have been well added. So let's make like git statue. I'm going to add like git add all, for example. Yeah, so these are going to take like sometimes. And then we are going to add like the main branch. Okay, perfect. Git branch. So if I, okay, and now we are just going to push to our origin. Okay, so what we are just going to do is to pull the project first of all, and then we can push. So for that, let me just write pull. Okay, so now I should write like my username there, and for the password, I'm just going to write the password. Okay, perfect. So and now my push are going to work because I have pulled the project first of all. So let me just check. I'm still waiting. Okay, great. So uh, now this is pushed to the my GitLab. So if I, for example, I came here, as you can see, we have our README, like, and the backend and the mobile. So everything is great. So for example, if I came just there and I want to edit the project, if I click on dev space, it are going to redirect me, to the Devbranch GitLab. So as you can see, everything is good. We have our mobile, so you can open your mobile, in VS Code, for example, or in Android Studio, whatever suits you, the backend in Node.js as well. And inside the backend, you have like the README. Also, you can create like the table, like everything. So to have access to the source code, that is very simple. You should just came to dev branch later, select the project, and yeah, that's how I'm going to do. So I will just change the image and the video later. So yeah, I think now we are done. So you can click on publish if you want. And yeah, now we have published the project. The dev branch team are going to review like the project to make sure like it's running well, everything is good. And then we are going to see our project in the dev branch browser. So you can go to the dev branch, check the project, download it, and just let me know what do you think about that. Yeah, thanks for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe and see you guys.